Hello. We are streaming. It's been 84 years. No, it's been 10 years. That's quite a long time. Well, regardless, yeah, why do I wake up and always feel tired? Okay, so we're going to play Orcs Must Die today because it's a game with a deep personal connection to me. However, we're not actually really going to talk about Orcs Must Die in great detail. We'll probably play it again at another point. Right now, the plan is to play it probably the entire way through, and then play it on a harder difficulty at a different date. For right now, though, the focus is going to be more on talking about kind of my personal experience with the game rather than the game itself, as well as sort of, I don't know, what I'm feeling after being on the platform for 10 years. Because I got some complicated feelings, I guess. And Orcs Must Die will be kind of the backdrop. And it's kind of weird because the game's not especially complicated or anything. So I'll go ahead and boot up the game and we can get started with it. I apologize for not having anything particularly elaborate planned for today in regards to the old anniversary stream, but I don't know. There was just, I would have completely forgotten that this was even something that was occurring had I basically not stumbled upon it. If I had not checked my YouTube analytics or checked my YouTube description and not figured this out on my own. Well, it's 6:07 p.m. So yeah, hold on. I need to switch profiles because weirdly, this is an older game. So when you when you switch profiles, it changes your settings. Also, I think I need to lower the volume because this game is really loud for no reason. Okay. Let me know if the audio's okay because this game is loud for no reason. All right. You're gonna see me hopping between desktop, okay, a couple of times here as I try to get everything set up. 10 years and I'm such a professional. Okay. So I think for this first time playing, we're gonna skip a lot of the formalities, the tutorials and stuff like that. We're just gonna head straight through it because honestly, if you don't know anything about this game, this is not the greatest stream for explaining it. That'll probably be for next stream, which will ironically be on a harder difficulty. But I knew that playing Orcs Must Die was going to be a hard stream to do, even though the game itself is not especially complicated, because I had actually planned to do this stream at some point in October.
It's all up to me now.
But
Well,
I never did. I just never got around to it. And by that I mean I was mostly depressed, so I just never did it. So
this just doesn't seem fair.
Sorry, just making sure the stream works okay. It should be fine. Okay. I never did it, and the reason why I never did it was because I knew that, Orcs Must Die is such a deeply personal game for me. It very much represents a particular time and place in my life that to really talk about and elaborate on it was going to end up being a more personal experience than most streams. It wasn't going to be something where I could kind of like ditz around the game and like awkwardly comment on things that were very apparent and obvious and be kind of a chatterbox about it. It was something where I was going to have to actually talk about my lived experiences. And I don't want to make this sound like it's some sort of traumatic thing, like I was playing Orcs Must Die when my father was shot in my bedroom or something like that. No, it's not like that. It's more just that there was a lot of happy memories associated with this particular time in my life when I happened to remember playing this game. And I knew that that's what I was going to want to talk about when I played this game. So I kept putting the stream off because I didn't want to, like, I don't know, I wasn't in between my, you know, my depression and stuff like that I was going through. I didn't really feel in the mood to dredge up old, like, happy memories playing this game. But as, like, the anniversary of the channel's 10th year in existence came about, I realized that, like, putting that together along with, like, putting my thoughts together of, like, what it's been like being on YouTube for 10 years would probably make for a good synergetic kind of live stream. You know, something a little more cohesive. I don't know if I'm making it come off that way because, like, I clearly am having some difficulty voicing my thoughts, but hopefully it'll get better as we keep going. And do, of course, let me know if the audio is okay, because this game can be a little bit rowdy and loud. And also, if you ever have a question, feel free to ask it in chat, because this is meant to be more of a casual kind of experience. And we're going to be here for a while, because I kind of plan on beating the entire game today. I remember when the first time I played this game, I was so enthralled by it that I actually beat the whole thing in one sitting. And I'm actually going to try and recreate that experience. I'm going to try and beat the whole game in one sitting. On the normal difficulty, at least. The game, I think, is about 3 to 4 hours long, if you kind of, not necessarily speedrun it, but kind of just play it to the best of your ability. And also, I get the feeling you might be able to hear my loud mouse. I apologize in advance for that. So, I guess largely, to start things off, I'm not really sure where to begin. Like, whether to start talking about my experience with this game in particular, or, like, the experience with being on YouTube as a platform. Because there's a fair amount of stuff that I talked about regarding YouTube as a platform that I believe I spoke about at some length about in, when I began streaming with the Metroid Prime, streams. I had spoken a little bit about my disillusionment with the platform, and stuff like that, and kind of where I was at. So I feel as though when I talk about that, there's going to be some repeat, because some of those opinions have just not changed. Not at all. But basically, I guess a basic history would, if you want to know where I'm at, in case. Like, so, alright, I promise this story will start eventually. So, I have been watching YouTube since about 2008. That's my rough guesstimate. I don't have an exact, like, I don't know exactly when I started, but that's probably my best guess. It was a little bit after YouTube. It was definitely, like, pre-Google buyout, but also, like, very shortly before. That's what I remember about it. And I remember starting to create videos in around mid-2013, possibly late 2012. I had a YouTube channel before this one, but it was deleted after it got a copyright strike, and I, being like 14 at the time, was so scared that it meant that, like, lawyers were going to come to my house that I deleted it out of panic. and then eventually created a new YouTube channel, which is this one. It was originally called, like, Weird Thing, because that's the online alias I went on, used at the time. And then eventually it turned into Gnit Dryu, which is just Weird Thing spelled backwards. And that's how it was weirdly pronounced. And then eventually I changed it to Pollyanna Quixote because I thought that was somehow more respectable. None of them are great names, but I like Pollyanna Quixote because I think that you can at least make the argument that the literary references are cool, you know? In a dorky kind of way. The first video I uploaded to this channel is completely unviewable because everything I uploaded basically from 2013 to 2015, basically to, I want to say everything from 2013 to through 2015 is completely unviewable because it has been privated. Like, yeah, it still exists on the channel. I can go back and see it, but the average viewer cannot. And that is because it's been privated. Because what I did initially was to give you an idea of like where my YouTube sort of journey started. YouTube was a very different landscape when I started making videos. Like, it was what inspired me to start making videos was Let's Players, largely. Let's Players and people who made YouTube poop music videos. I kind of wanted to make YouTube poop music videos, but making YouTube poop music videos is very complicated. It requires a lot of musical know-how, editing comprehension, and, you know, timing. A lot of really complex stuff. And I didn't really feel confident in my ability to do that, and I know because I tried and I wasn't good at it. So I decided, well, I'll do Let's Plays at first, and then eventually get good enough at editing and stuff to do YouTube poop music videos. That never happened. But I did do Let's Plays, and that's because back in those days, Let's Plays were still a viable format, and Let's Players were still very popular, and I was like 14, so I was very into Let's Players back then. Let's Players had not been fully usurped by streamers back then. In particular, I think my favorite Let's Players were a group called the Creatures. I don't think that I know that. They don't exist anymore. They dissolved in 2017 due to internal differences and generally falling view counts. Most of them, they were the Creatures were like this Let's Play conglomerate of a bunch of different Let's Players who used to work on machinimas, which is an even older concept of like people making making little short films based off of video games using like the in-game. It was very primitive. You kind of had to be there. And those people who made machinimas, like these short video game skits, gathered together and made their own Let's Play channels because machinimas were being phased out by Let's Plays, and then their Let's Plays ended up getting phased out by like live streams and edited content. And that's kind of wild to think about. I remember eventually towards the end of their career, the Creatures started to trying to do like, they weirdly tried to phase into like children's content, and it just didn't work. It was kind of blatantly cynical, and I think a lot of people didn't like that, myself included.
Another day, another fortress, another rift to defend. They always seem to break through the doors. We should do something about that.
Anyway. Those will come back in a later conversation, I think. The Creatures will come back in a later conversation, but anyway,
Like catnip, but for orcs. Set it and forget it.
I think, but at the time, they were it was very aspirational, because this was very much at a period in time in where, for much of YouTube's history up to that point, YouTube was the collective hobby horse of, like, a couple of amateurs who didn't really... You couldn't make money off of YouTube. Like, if you were on YouTube, it was because you were just kind of a casual video maker with a hobby. Nobody could make money off of YouTube, and if you did, it was because you were part of a multi-channel network who would mostly steal your money. Like, I'm pretty sure the Creatures were part of a multi-channel network who probably stole their money. I think they were part of Maker, and I believe Maker is mostly known now for stealing a lot of money. It's like, so, yeah. But that was at the time when monetization on YouTube was really just starting, so the idea of all you gotta do on the internet is upload yourself playing video games, and you can get a job off of that. Like, what a dream, right? What a dream job. So, Let's Plays soon became incredibly oversaturated for reasons like that. And I indeed was one of those plucky 15-year-olds who was like, yeah, I want this. I'm gonna take my laptop and just...
It'll hurt a lot.
I'm gonna take my laptop and, like, make Let's Plays using Fraps. Oh boy, Fraps. Fraps was a program back in the day that ate up a lot of your CPU, but it was like one of the premier programs you used to record games on a PC. I remember using Fraps to record a lot of my early Let's Plays. I remember saving up for a big old desktop PC that wasn't actually that good for gaming, but comparative to my laptop, it was amazing. And using it to record Let's Plays. And back in those days, even though my Let's Plays were not nearly adequate, and not like they didn't get any views, obviously, because I was in a wildly oversaturated market, and I was a 15-year-old screaming into a microphone on games that nobody played.
Try this on for size.
At that time, Let's Plays were still kind of, I guess, what you would call viable. However,
This'll hurt.
it still wasn't great. In retrospect, I would say that Let's Plays at that time were on their way out. But I think I did that for about a year. I was looking back at my old videos today, and it occurred to me that, you know, looking back on it now, Let's Plays at that time were on their way out. Very much. So, I don't think I would have made it even if I hadn't, even if I had not completely failed, which was admittedly kind of inevitable from the start. I think even at the time I knew that I was probably not going to succeed. But even if I had succeeded, I think I would not have succeeded for long simply because of the way that trends were working at that time. Another thing that happened generally, however, was that... Hold on. Delicious. Another thing that happened at that time period was I really started to realize that, wow, I have clinical depression, like, for real. And, so I stopped doing Let's Plays because I literally could not, find the energy for them. Doing Let's Plays at the time, I should probably mention at least a little bit what it was like. It wasn't hard. It did give me a taste for, like, what video editing was like, but not a whole lot. Part of what made Let's Playing so appealing was that it was a very low-effort process. Like, it's, you really just have to record yourself for, like, 2.5 hours, and you have 8 days of content. Like, the original rules of YouTube was YouTube used to have a time limit on how much content you could upload in a day. Like, usually it'll be like, you can upload, like, 15 minutes in a video, right? 15 minutes per video, and this was like originally because YouTube's data was a lot lower before they had that Google money. So typically what Let's Players would do is they'd upload like 1 or 2, sometimes 4 or 5 if they were like extremely frisky, your dark side fills as it were, 15-minute episodes per day. So all you really had to do if you were lazy like me was record yourself for 2.5 hours on one day of the week, and then upload it in 15-minute segments, like 1 or 2 times a day, or like 1 or 2 videos per day, and then you got like 8 days of content, and you only played for 4 hours. Nowadays, if you a streamer has to play like 4 hours per day for one stream, and even then people would be like, "Wow, that was short." It's like, it was a lot easier back then. But on the other hand, it would usually take longer to upload the videos than it would be to, like, you know, actually. It would usually take longer to upload the videos than it would be to actually watch them, because that's how the internet. That's how slow the internet was back then. So there was a massive appeal to doing Let's Plays, and Let's Playing at that time made YouTubing seem very, very appealing, because, like, it was such a low effort process. It's it's sort of the category that we put React streaming, like reacting to things, in now. Like, it was a very low effort kind of. I remember actually at the time people who made machinimas were getting angry at Let's Players because it was such a low effort process that got a lot of views. And, you know, at that time, if you were cutting together machinimas that had editing and voice acting, and you had to actually organize, like, amateur actors to do your weird machinimas, and by contrast, these Let's Players who all they did was sat down and play a video game, yeah, that'd be infuriating in a little bit. You put so much effort into your little art project, your little, like, amateur video game project, and then these guys just play a video game and get more views than you for no effort. Yeah, I imagine that'd be kind of or kind of, like, frustrating, right? But that was also kind of what made it so appealing to so many people. Like, you could theoretically make money, you could theoretically get famous in the YouTube gaming sphere for doing nothing. And I think, if I'm being perfectly honest with you,
Short walk for the Orcs from the gate to the rift. But those acid pits will come in handy.
if I'm being perfectly honest with you, I think that may have been what motivated me to start making videos. And I think it's really bled into... I think it's really started to show its ugly face 10 years later. Like, that cynical motivation to not make videos because I thought it was important or fun, but because I thought, like, wow, this will get me famous. You know, yeah, I think that maybe... I think that maybe that has, like, unfortunately incorporated itself into a lot of the way that I had designed videos over the years. Because I don't know if I've fully escaped that mindset of, like, alright, I'm gonna do YouTube, and maybe one day I'll be famous enough to have a job that's really lazy, or something like that, you know? And that worries me sometimes. Because, like, I'm never really fully sure if I started doing YouTube because I actually wanted to make videos, or if because I just wanted to get internet famous. That's a question I ask myself pretty frequently, actually. And I wonder if, like, my desire originally to make something like a video essay was out of almost kind of a guilt that, like, I have to make something meaningful now because I spent so much of my career making stuff that was blatantly trying to just earn views or something like that, you know? Like, I gotta prove to myself that what I'm making is actually something important and not something just for just to, I don't know, boost the algorithm? Or not boost the algorithm, like boost my own algorithmic success or something like that. But another thing I have to admit to myself is that it's not 2013 anymore, and it hasn't been for a long time. The era of the lazy Let's Play is well and truly over. Like, the only people who can get away with doing Let's Plays the way that you did back in the day is, well, quite frankly, no one can. Because even the people who are still successful Let's Players have had to radically change their formula in order to accommodate modern times. Like, I think Game Grumps, I know that Game Grumps is still I think Chugga Conroy still is around, but I think his views have dropped a lot. I think every Let's Player's views have dropped a lot, and I know that everyone has had to change their format in order to, like, meet YouTube's new algorithmic criteria. Usually, Let's Players have to extend the amount of time that they put on their videos. Like, usually they would go from 15 minutes to 40 minutes or even an hour, because, like, you know, viewers want longer videos now. And while usually they don't have a problem doing it, it's an example of like how the times have changed and how you have to compete with streamers now. You have to compete with edited content in a world where attention spans are both lower and also really and also like it's very weird because people either want like TikToks that are like literally 5 seconds long, or they will want like 5-hour long video essays. It's nothing in between anymore. But yeah, so I think that like my initial motivations were pretty hollow and bad, though I think that eventually they got, I want to give myself some credit here and say that they eventually got better, like, because this guy's bugged. I want to give myself a little tiny bit of credit and say that they eventually got better, because I could tell even back when I was doing Let's Plays that like it wasn't going to go anywhere, and because of that, I when I was doing Let's Plays originally, I kind of thought that in order to succeed as a Let's Player, you had to be very performatively crazy and hyperactive, because, you know, that's what I was used to. That's how the creatures did it, that's how, like, the people I watched on YouTube did it. I thought they were funny because they were doing, like, a crazy act or something like that, so I thought, like, oh, I also have to do that. And I did do that, and it was exhausting. Like, it was extremely tiring, and when I felt like I failed to do a crazy act, when I failed to create any good jokes that, like, Let's Playing session, I would feel bad about myself. I would be like, oh, I wasn't sufficiently weird today. And that's, like, a actually much bigger issue within my personal childhood that I'm not going to get into right here. That's a story for another day. But, it bleeds into a whole other thing where I had like self-esteem issues where I felt like I had to be weird to meet people's expectations of like what an autistic person should be. But that's a whole other story for a different time. Point being, one thing that Let's Playing I actually do think taught me very fortunately is that it's kind of okay to be really boring. Like I personally don't think I'm a very interesting person, and I realize that like there is merit to just kind of chilling out and expressing yourself for who you honestly are, even if like you're the most boring tax accountant in the world. Like, it's because that experience is not invalid, even if it's sort of uninteresting, I guess, is what I would say, you know? And from what I understand, people have told me that you're not actually that they've told me, no, Kyle, you're not actually that uninteresting. So maybe there's something else, you know, like, maybe it's better to just not try, because maybe it comes on its own. Regardless, I lost my train of thought. I think I was back in, like, so in around 2015, I stopped making Let's Plays because I made, like, a little announcement video, even though nobody watched my channel. I think at that time I had, like, maybe... Weirdly enough, during my Let's Play days, because I had uploaded, like, videos in, like, 15-minute segments, I had inflated my video count to, like, 500. Like, this is a very common thing with, like, old Let's Plays, where, like, old Let's Play channels will have, like, literally 10,000 videos, because they'll just have, like, 10-minute segments of 5-hour play sessions uploaded in mass. So, like, yeah, they'll just have, like, literally thousands upon thousands of videos. It's absurd. So I had something like 500 videos over the course of a year. And they're all private now. So now I think my channel actually has something like 200 videos. Or that's 200 videos posted publicly. And I think about 50 of them are streams. So that's kind of misleading. Anyway. After that, I was pretty much radio silent until about 2016, and in 2016, I kind of began my, like, casual shitposting era, where I mostly just posted memes to the channel. And I'd say about, like, 2016 to around 2020? Nah, I mean, I pretty consistently post like random dorky videos that I think might be passively funny. Um, I've pretty much done that consistently ever since 2016, but they're pretty infrequent, and it's whenever I get a dumb idea that I just feel like I need to make a video about. But I guess more like in 2017 to 2018, I made a couple of videos, most notably with Max and Company,
Is it just me, or do these attacks seem more organized these days?
because
Works for me.
that's kind of when we reunited. I've actually known Max since about for a really long time. I met Max on Roblox when we were kids, actually. So we actually we friended each other on Steam once. And hold on a second. Okay, we're good. It just seemed like the stream may have paused there for a second. All right. So we were actually friends on Steam, and we met through Roblox way back in the day when we were kids. And one day he was playing like Civilization 5, and I just asked if I could join him one day, and I did. And it kind of escalated from there. We joined like a TeamSpeak channel, and oh, it's like, where do I put this stuff? How about
This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, wait, other way around.
joined his TeamSpeak channel, and then eventually a bunch of other stuff happened. Well, we'll get to that. But like,
They're breaking through.
I made a couple of like, that was kind of more my first foray into more edited content.
They're under the bridge. Dog-sized vermin with a two. They're at the corner.
I do think that was kind of my first foray into more edited content around. I had done some small editing bits for the Let's Plays back in the day, but my first foray into more edited content was around 2016, 2017, 2018. So you get a lot of like these Left 4 Dead, Dota 2 videos. You get a couple of them based off of like a few play sessions we had. Yeah, Alex. That Civ 5 game was, I think, where I met you. I believe you were playing with Max, and I don't know if we had VC at that time. Like, I don't know if we had VC at that time or not. And like, it's kind of hard to express how like a lot of stuff happened in that period, but also not a lot. Like, because the name of the game when it comes to my channel, we might have had VC back then, Alex, but I don't. I also don't remember because it was a long time ago.
Some new decorations. Voila.
It's the name of the game when it comes to my channel is Inconsistency, because it's like a transition from Let's Plays to then more edited content over a course of a couple of play sessions, then largely a desolate wasteland of generalized shitposts, and then eventually into
This will be good.
video essays ish,
Leave a mark.
if you want to call them that.
Like this one.
I think that's a little generous of a term, to be honest. I like to think of them as video essays that are trying really hard not to be video essays, because video essays require things like research and effort and other things that I don't really want to do. Which kind of begins around 2020 to 2021. Generally, something that knew I was going to have difficulty with when I was thinking of like doing this stream was that I knew for a fact that I knew for an absolute fact that I wasn't going to have a tremendous amount to say about the history of my channel, because like I just don't think I've done a lot with it. Like, I feel as though I had a lot of aspirations for it, but in reality, I've treated it very casually. It's like something I like to say is that I very much have waited for the fame to walk up to me, in a sense that I've had aspirations for the YouTube channel to become a much bigger thing. Alex, I appreciate you saying that like you think the content was good. I guess that's the end of that statement. I guess. Um, it's more just like there's always been like a deep. For me, when I say that inconsistency is the name of the game, it's like there's generally a, for me, it's always been kind of a conflict over what exactly I want to make on the channel, like what I actually want to do with it. Like, you know, it started with Let's Plays, and then it became like edited more gameplay highlights, and then it became kind of a barren wasteland of shitposting, and then it became like video essays, and now we've kind of come almost full circle with the, you know, the thing that took over Let's Plays. We're back to live streaming, you know. We've kind of come full circle in that regard. So the question that I find myself asking a lot is like this thing that I have tied myself to and often tied some pretty daydreamish hopes and dreams around, like, oh, what are you going to do with this thing? Like, what, like, you want to become famous on YouTube, but you aren't really willing to put in the work to make it famous because you, one, won't commit to one particular thing, and also because generally I just don't want to do that. It's like, it's hard to tell somebody who doesn't like video editing make a YouTube channel. I think that like something that Max had told me that like irritated me at the time and still irritates me now, but I begrudgingly admit he's probably right on, is he says that like if you want to be a professional YouTuber, you have to treat it like a second job. You have to be a professional about it, because like as much as I can complain about the state of the YouTube algorithm and say like, oh, the algorithm is unfair, which for what it's worth I do think it's unfair, there is a certain amount of, you do have to put in the effort to produce things for the YouTube algorithm to push.
Attack where our defenses are thin? If I didn't know better, I think the Orcs were learning.
And quite frankly, I just have not done that over the years. Like, I have 10 years on, like, this is ultimately the conflict that I have been dealing with over the past couple of days, and when I realized that I have been doing this for like 10 years now. That I've been doing this for 10 years, but I don't have 10 years of content. That like my total channel views I think are around, like, they're less than 100,000. Some people get more views, like 100,000 views on a shitpost that they produced in like an hour. In like one day. So, and I've gotten less over the course of my entire career. So is this the loadout I want to go for? I guess so. Okay.
Here, Orky. Just add Orcs and blend.
And it, quite frankly, it makes me feel very disappointed that, you know, I have attached so many, you know, odd hopes and dreams to, you know, very high in the sky hopes and dreams to a YouTube channel that I'm just not willing to commit to, not willing to put the effort into, and still being like, oh no, one day I'll get famous off of this. And I often wonder, like, why do I care so much about, like, the fame? Why do I care so much about this? Shouldn't it be about the art? I talk about how I care about the art so much, and Max, and I complain about how Max is a greedy fuck who cares only about the money. And I don't know. I feel very conflicted about it. So, I guess I'm kind of at a conflict point, an impasse in my life right now, where I've kind of had this thing that I've been doing for 10 years that I don't fully know what I want to do with it. That, like, I have ideas for it, but I treat it very casually, like a sort of... I treat it very casually, like more of a hobby than I do a, you know, something I would ever want to make a career, but somehow have it in my head that this will one day become a career, when clearly if I treat it the way that I'm treating it now, it won't. And I'm simultaneously like, I'm not okay with that. Like, because the thing is, I don't think there's anything wrong with having YouTube as like a hobby. There's nothing wrong at all with like just having a YouTube channel that's just a hobby. That's just, that doesn't have any focus on getting big, and it's just something, and it's just a creative outlet. But I don't know if I'm internally going to be able to deal with that, because like I said earlier, a big moral question for me is, did I ever create this YouTube channel out of a love for making videos, or did I do it because I secretly wanted internet fame? And I honestly don't know the answer to that. It's a question I ask myself all the time. And I want to believe that I'm doing this because I want to create a creative outlet. But if that's the case, why am I so averse to video editing? Why do I never want to make anything? Why do I never have any ideas? You know, that sort of deal. Why have I created so little over the course of 10 years? You'd think I'd do more by now. It's always so discouraging to look at people who have been here not only for just as long as you have, but even less time than as you have, and be like, they've done so much more than me. They've worked so much harder than me. And they'll usually have a lot more in terms of like raw numbers, and I don't want to give the impression that like the raw numbers are all I care about, but it's not a factor either. It's very hard to not look at the numbers and not feel nothing. Like, there's part of me that wants to celebrate, you know, that, oh, I've done this for 10 years. That takes a lot of determination, right? At the same time, though, it's like a 2-view stream, so it's not that big of a deal. There's like a reality at play here. I feel what you're saying, Alex. Like, I also think that I do a lot better when I feel really motivated to make something. But I also think that, like, I kind of wonder where that motivation comes from. Like, I do agree that, like, the Nichijou video is... That is a video is one of the ones I'm more proud of, because it's probably one of the videos I'm most proud of, actually, because it came from a real place of passion, and even though it was a bit of a rush job, I still feel good about it because it resonated with a lot of people, and it was like, at least at that time, a true expression of the emotions I felt. So I felt like it was a decent analysis too. And I think that, like, the difficulty is, like, finding, like you said, finding the motivation to produce something that you feel really passionate about. And maybe I'm just, like, constantly so depressed that I don't feel motivation to do anything. And maybe there's, like, a YouTube algorithmic problem with that. Like, there. I know that creators will constantly suffer from burnout, right? Where like they're they will mention how they're completely burnt out of ideas and how they kind of just don't want to do anything anymore. And I wonder if that's because like they are constantly being pushed to make content regardless of whether or not they have any real passion for it anymore. So they feel burnt out and they feel like they're just making things to keep their paychecks up. And I think maybe because I don't have a paycheck forcing me to do anything, there's no stakes. But it could also just be that, like, I don't know. Like, there's a huge part of me that just wants to say, I've been lazy. That I could have done a lot of things over the past 10 years, but I just didn't. Because I was lazy. And because I was lazy. I could have done a lot of things and I just didn't. That I sit here and I complain like, oh boy, I never did anything. I never did, but then I just don't do it. Like, you know, I complain that I never went anywhere and I never did anything, but I have the control to do things, and that's the problem, right? That I really just have no one to blame but myself for this situation. And I guess, like, it ultimately kind of like brings me to the situation of like, okay, how do we fix this, or how do I fix this? And
Sometimes I almost feel bad for the
like the obvious solution is to make stuff, but where do you find the motivation to make stuff? Where do you find the motivation to make stuff? What do you do? Where do we go from here? That sort of deal. And I'm not sure I have the answer. I'm kind of inclined to agree with you on that, Alex. Like, the idea that if I had done something I didn't want to do, I would have ended up miserable. When I had mentioned before that when I had made the RuneScape video originally, I have mixed feelings about that video because I'm glad that it's out. I'm glad that the RuneScape video is done. That it's out and I don't ever have to talk about RuneScape ever again. But I also feel as though that video is very rushed and incoherent. And I feel like part of the reason it was rushed and incoherent is because I was just so tired of making it, and I just so very much wanted it to be out, that I just was like, okay, we're just gonna do whatever it takes to get this video to be short and out as fast as possible. And this is usually how, like, video editing goes for me. I'll start off the project being very motivated about it, and I'll spend like 2 weeks working on it straight or something like that. Which is very weird for videos that are not especially visually complicated. But, you know, that's how I get distracted easily. And by the end of making the video, I'll be so over it. I'll be like, alright, I just want this video out.
This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, wait, other way around.
So,
Step right this way.
I think that, like, for instance, hold on, let me catch my train of thought here. Let me board the station and catch my train of thought here.
Since when do orcs and ogres work together? Okay, let's rumble, big fella.
Well, I remember what I was gonna say. Another thing I have been thinking about though is that maybe like oh shoot, they got past my traps. One thing I have been thinking about is like how, in a sense, I very much treated YouTube as a casual experience, but I also don't think that's necessarily the worst thing.
A treat for you.
Like, I don't think it's necessarily terrible to treat YouTube just as like a hobby. I mentioned that a little bit earlier, that I don't think it's evil or bad to treat YouTube not as a job, because for one thing, when I started on YouTube, there was no way for YouTube to be a job. I think a lot of people join YouTube today starting as like, this is my potential career path, and not like this is a place for a hobby. They kind of start, I don't know, in the same way that like some people may begin an acting career because they want to get rich and famous, rather than because they actually like acting, I guess. Like, I think a lot of people are like, I want to be a YouTuber because I'll get famous and everyone will like me, or something like that, rather than like, I want to make videos. But I feel like because I've treated it like a very casual experience, one of the upsides to that is I've never really had the stress of having to be performative, because like, if you're already at the bottom, you can't get any lower, so you might as well just keep playing it casual. Because for as like underwhelming as my channel is, it's never had there's never been a backlash to it. There's never been like an incentive to be anything more than what it is. It's always just been what it is, and that's fine. It just doesn't jive well with my daydream fantasies of like, I don't know, turning this into a career.
They're in the East Hall. What a mess. Nice.
And I think like, there is still part of me that wants to like, you know, do this professionally, but over the years I think I've grown a little disillusioned with the way that YouTube functions, you know, algorithm shenanigans and such and such.
This will be good.
And also just, I messed up my pattern. Algorithm functions, etc., etc. And also just recent trends, like, if I were starting as a YouTuber today, I don't know if I could do it. Like, because I think like ultimately, I think the barrier for entry, one thing that I would say is so different from YouTube from 2008 is that the barrier for entry for YouTubing is so much higher than it used to be. Like, not in the literal sense. Like, I think anyone can pick up a phone and make a YouTube video way easier than it used to be. Back in the day, you had to own like a home video camera or something like that. So, the technical barrier for entry is a lot lower. Like, anyone can download an editing program, anyone can get a phone and just record whatever video, or like re-upload something from TikTok or whatever. So the technical barriers are a lot lower than they used to be, actually. But I'd say that like the actual barriers for getting anywhere are a lot higher, in the sense that like the kind of content that gets very big is usually very professionally edited, has a large budget. Like, YouTubers have actual editing teams now. That's wild. It was all done in-house before. It was all one guy. And now they have actual editing teams and like writers and like companies behind them and stuff like that. And they work with advertisers and brand sponsorships and stuff like that. And that's wild to think about. That wasn't happening at Machinima. So, I think the barrier for entry for competing with people like that it's pretty high. Like, so I think if I were starting today, I don't know if I'd be able to compete. I mean, I basically am starting today with like how much I have, but The point being is, like, if I had, like, literally no editing experience, it'd be a lot harder, I think.
Give for pleasure. Give for pleasure.
Well, I didn't go as planned.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
I think that... Don't worry, it'll come to me.
Done and done.
But I don't know. It seems like I've been searching for the inspiration to make the right content for the past 10 years, and I just don't know if it's gonna show up, or if this is just an excuse I'm using to be lazy and not produce anything. Like, maybe it would be better to force myself to make something than, like, not make anything at all for 10 years. Because it goes back to the conflict I was discussing earlier, where, like, I've been here for 10 years, but it doesn't feel like I've made 10 years worth of content. It feels like I haven't been here for 10 years. I definitely feel like I've experienced 10 years of YouTube, like, but more than 10 years of YouTube, in fact. But I don't feel like I've,
I once asked the old man. The orcs made it through the rifts.
I don't feel like I've made 10 years worth of stuff.
All gloomy-faced and said, "Step out into their shattered, dead world beyond the fortress gates, and you will know." Oh yeah, could have just said it'd be bad.
The biggest question I always have is, like, is video editing something I really want to commit to? Is it something I actually want to keep doing? Something that I had been kicking around was the idea of having almost like a podcast sort of video rather than having an actual video, because the biggest struggle for me was actually... Where are they coming from? They're coming from the middle. Okay. The biggest struggle for me was always... I'm gonna restart this level. I forgot a trap that I need. The biggest struggle for me was always, like, the video editing process is always the worst part. There are parts of video editing I really like. Like, I really enjoy doing certain bits, and I really enjoy, like, certain creative aspects of video editing, but there's a lot of it that's really tedious, and I don't particularly enjoy. And that can make it pretty challenging. So it feels like a lot of times I'm trying to take the video editing out of the video, which seems almost counterintuitive a lot of times, since it's a video. It's like trying to take the audio editing out of, like, music or something like that. So it's a bit rough. So I honestly... I don't think I'm, like, in a place where I'm like, oh boy, I wanna stop making stuff on the internet. I don't know if I'll fully ever be there, but I also, after 10 years, I just don't know where I'm at any more than I was at any other point in 10 years ago. At like any other point in like 10 years. Yeah, so I've been kicking around the idea of, like, since a lot of my video essay type things are just kind of like very short, they're basically very short kind of basically commentaries about thematic ideas in video games, etc., etc. That usually the video editing is not particularly intense in those. And usually the editing is not particularly, it's not particularly advanced. So I was thinking about maybe just making it more of an audio only sort of thing with like a visualizer or something like that for the video, and having that instead, which would severely reduce, or like significantly reduce the amount of video editing involved. You kind of just have to put all the audio in place, and it would be easier to talk about the game. The visual element wouldn't be there, and I think that would be a turn-off for a lot of people, but I think that would be, it would make it a lot easier to get them out, because instead of having to worry about putting in visual gags and like getting all the B-roll together, I could instead focus on writing the scripts and just recording the audio and then having it done. And that's pretty much the extent of it. It's definitely a little lazier, I think, but by comparison, I think that lazy might be a little bit better if lazy actually is producible. Because there are games I have ideas about, and I also think that, like, ultimately speaking, these... It might be producible. Yeah, I think it might be. It's just more feasible, but at the same time, I worry that, like, the lack of a visual component will be uninteresting to viewers, and I also have kind of, like... Well, quite frankly, I think the general standard for podcasts as well as like video essay formats is long form. Like, it's typically expected for video essays and podcasts to be very long form sort of media. You know, you kind of sit down for like 4 hours and listen to some guy ramble about like Walt Disney's Epcot or something like that. Shout out to Defunctland. But sometimes I just don't have an hour of things to say about a game. Like, I might have a good 10 minutes or 5 minutes of things to say about a game, but sometimes I don't have a full 10 hours. Sometimes games just aren't that complicated. Or sometimes I may have feelings about them, but they're not especially more nuanced than, yeah, it was alright. Like, there are even games that I think are, like, really complex and interesting, but my overall review to, like, somebody who asked me about them would be like, yeah, it's okay. Like, it's just like... Like, I find myself being extremely light when it comes to actual critiques of games, because I always understand that there are, like, sound engineers and, like, not prop masters, but, like, sound engineers and, modelers and people game designers and all sorts of people working on the game, and they must have worked so hard, and I feel really bad telling them that their game is kind of garbage and telling them that, like, oh, their game's poorly designed, and it's sort of like, it's both the guilt for that, but also the fact that, like, I think that, like, sometimes we get performatively angry at things because they are a minor annoyance, or, quite frankly, sometimes, like, I've played much worse games than, like, some of the things that get released. Like, it could always be worse. Like, if something isn't particularly enjoyable or fun, I'll say it, but I also am just not going to be like, this is the worst thing I've ever played. Like, it's not. Like, it's really not. Like, I just don't... Like, I think one of my weaknesses as a commentator is that my opinions are usually not actually very strong, unless I'm being very performative about it, and usually I don't do overly performative commentary because I think it's very tired and it's very done. It's been done for decades.
So that just happened. Just for you.
I think if I were to bring back the Grand Theft Auto script for a podcast type thing, I would pretty much have to rewrite it a third time. I'd have to play through that game a third time. Oh boy, because like, I don't know. I think that ultimately the original GTA script is probably good, but like, there's also like flaws in the script that probably need rewriting, and I probably think about it differently than I do now. I appreciate you thought that. You thought the script was good when you read it. You thought the script for the GTA 4 was good when you read it. Yeah, so the GTA 4 script, what happened with that was I had written the first script for the... I had played through the entire game. I'm telling this to you, even though I think you already know it, because this is for the benefit of the audience. The VOD watchers, I guess. So what happened with that was I was going to make a video essay on Grand Theft Auto 4 because I think the story of that game is probably the best in the Grand Theft Auto series. And so I played through the entirety of Grand Theft Auto, all like 60 plus hours of it, one summer. And then I like wrote my thoughts on it in a script. Wrote my thoughts on it in a script, voiced the entire script, threw it in my editing program, and I had all the lines down, and then it was time to like add the footage, do all the bits, and I stopped. I was like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to edit this. I don't want to video edit this. Maybe it was because it was just too much all at once, like the idea of editing like an hour-long video was like way more than was what I was used to. But it was really overwhelming and I just like didn't want to do it. I would like open up the video editing program every single day and be like, alright, I'm gonna edit the video today. And I just would not. I would like open the video editing program and do nothing. I would just have it open in the other tab while I played a game or something like that and be like, alright, I'm gonna do it for sure this day, and it just never happened, so eventually I scrapped it. And then, a year later, almost at the exact same time, like the exact same time the next summer, I went back, played through the entire game again, wrote an entirely new script that was kind of similar, but a little different. Voiced those lines. Went in, and the exact same thing happened. I got to the editing bay and I was like, I don't want to do this. And I think at that moment was when I realized that, like, I'm not really sure if I like video editing. Or, like, I'm not really sure if I can do this on a massive scale. Like, I've been able to do video editing on a smaller scale, and about things I'm really passionate about, but I think at that point, I was, like, either so done with GTA 4, or, like, I just did not want to invest that much time in video editing it, that I couldn't finish it. And in a way, that's a very big disappointment to me, but it's also a very big learning experience of, like, where I'm at as a person, where I feel like maybe that longer style of video essay format isn't quite... It can be fun for me to watch, but I'm not sure if it's something I would want to make. It's hard. There's part of me that I did wish that I did go through and made it. I feel like a very long-form, hour-long video would be very good for the channel in terms of viewership. But I also feel like making that video would have ripped my soul apart. In regards to doing like 1 minute of B-roll per day. I actually did that kind of strategy for when I was making the Dishonored video, and that did manage to get me through it. But that Dishonored video is mostly B-roll, and that Dishonored video is mostly B-roll, and it took me still like, I think maybe 2 weeks, when it should not have taken me nearly that long. It's like, I think the fact that it's like such agony to just insert footage is indicative of like my reluctance to video edit.
I feel more connected to the rift.
Because I think like,
Defend
I think sometimes we treat YouTubing like it's an easy thing to do, but
more
there isn't,
smartness.
there is like a tremendous amount that goes into it. Like, you basically have to be a part-time, if you're doing this casually, you still need to be like somebody who films, somebody who edits, somebody who scripts, somebody who films, somebody who writes, somebody who edits, somebody who scripts, which is the same as writing, but whatever. Somebody who knows the comedic timing, somebody who, you know, plots out where the video is going to go. And if you do YouTubing professionally, you also basically have to be a statistician, a person who understands where trends are going. You have to be a marketer, an advertiser. You have to basically do all of this. And if you're a professional YouTuber, that's like your job. And if you want to be a professional YouTuber, and you're not one yet, you have to do all of that as like an unpaid internship, in where there's no actual guarantee you will ever get paid. Like, there are people who have, I think most people who are on YouTube for about as long as I have, who are probably doing better than me, but at the same time, I think it needs to be remarked that, like, at the same time, they may not necessarily be pulling in, like, massive numbers or anything like that. Like, you can just be on this site for 10 years and still not necessarily be a massive success. It really depends on whether or not your content suits the needs of YouTube's algorithm. I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. On the one hand, if you work really hard, yeah, I think you can get somewhere, but to a certain extent, there's only so popular that certain niches are going to be, I think, and that needs to be remarked. So I think it's entirely possible that you can spend a lot of time working as hard as you can, like uploading videos every day or something like that, editing, and being the best YouTuber you ever can possibly be, and you can still just spend like years just not getting paid for what you do, because your niche is not good, or the algorithm doesn't pick you up, or, I don't know, just a stroke of bad luck. Which is why I think, in a way, it's better to... I think there is actually some merit in the way of, like, being more casual and just doing what you want with, your YouTube channel. But... and not focusing on doing it as a career. And just kind of doing what you think is important instead. On the other hand, I don't think it's invalid to want to make videos for a living. If that's really your passion, I can see why you would want to do that. But it also needs to be remarked that YouTube is a company that wants to push, like, it needs to appeal to advertisers. It needs to boost engagement in order to get those advertisers on the site. and that may not necessarily co-align with like what you're producing. Maybe it will, and you'll get lucky. But maybe it won't. Like, I will fully admit that like over the past 10 years, I definitely, when you don't see line go up, you get sad. Line go up makes you happy, and like line go up make big happy, and because of that.
Did you ever have too many traps? I'm thinking no.
And when line not go up, you make big sad. And as a result, you start to blame things, I think. I mentioned this previously, but like, I think this whole stream has kind of devolved into a ramble, which is kind of like about what I expected it to do at a certain point. And I'm okay with that. I'm kind of okay with that, because I think that a long rambling whinge is a lot better than not saying anything at times. But I guess what I want to convey is that like I want to take responsibility for my YouTube channel not going anywhere, because it's certainly my fault for not doing anything. But I also want to point out that like there are also distinct and commonly noted flaws in YouTube's system that often cause creators to fail, regardless of whether or not they work hard. I don't want to imply that I have been unjustly done bad by the system.
Ooh, here's a good
If
one.
anything, I think I've been done pretty right by the system. I think I was pretty unfairly... Like, I think my Ninja Joe video did well by pretty much accident. I posted it to Reddit once, and it is the only video that has ever performed well. It is a complete anomaly. Like, it is completely unrepresentative of my channel as a whole. Like, and while I don't mind that, clearly it is not like it's like a fluke in the algorithm. But I guess what I mean to say is, like, I don't want this to come off like just me complaining about, like, oh, I've been doing this for 10 years and I deserve viewership because I've been doing this for 10 years. Where's my money? Like, no. I don't want it to come off like that. I guess I just want to point out that, like, yeah, I know the only person I really have to blame for this is myself. But also, there are some problems. I guess that can lead into, like, a big thing for me is, like, it needs to be remarked that, like, over the course of making YouTube videos for the past 10 years, I've had to deal with a lot. Like, I'm not gonna pretend that I've lost an arm or anything. It's nothing, like, super tremendously serious. I guess maybe it has been, but, I don't usually think of it that way. Like, because when I think of my problems, I don't think of them as, like, awful. I think of people who, like, lose an arm in a war or something like that, or are starving in the street, and I think, like, you know, I don't have it as bad as they do. Like, I have autism, and I also have, like, clinical depression. And I also have epilepsy. Apparently. Though I've only ever had 2 seizures. And that was quite some time ago. I guess I'll just start with the epilepsy because it's the least relevant. Like, in 2018 or so, I had 2 seizures. Both within about a month of each other. One of which while I was playing Dota 2, I queued with some friends, one of which was Alex. I believe I was playing with Alex and Max. And, what happened was... We were playing Dota 2, and I queued for Invoker. Two, yes, that's right, two that we know of. There maybe were more, but if there were, I would not have known about them. I queued for Invoker, and when you queue in Dota 2, at that time anyway, there was like a pop-up screen in Dota when all of the heroes had been selected and the match was about to start. There was like a pop-up screen that showed you like, all right, here's all the heroes that are gonna fight in this match. So they showed all the heroes, and when we got to that screen, I blacked out. And then when I woke up, Alex was calling me on the phone like, "What's going on? You sound like you've been strangled," or something like that. We called the police. And to me, I didn't know what he was talking about because I felt like I had just fallen asleep. As it would turn out, I had had an epileptic seizure. And that was pretty wild, having to tell the police, like, no, I'm fine. I think they came to my house expecting a burglary or something, and they just... No, there wasn't one. And then about, like, a month later, so... I was also playing games over Discord with Alex and Max. It's a coincidence. We were playing 7 Days to Die, because that game was still in alpha back then, and it always will be. Would I kill myself? That's a waste of 5 points. We were playing 7 Days to Die, and I was mining a rock in that game, and then I blacked out again. And when I woke up, my parents were actually in the house that time. The first time they weren't there. And my dad basically confirmed, like, yeah, you had a seizure. I was like, oh. So they took me to the hospital that time. And it was very weird, because immediately following the seizure, I felt fine. Like, a lot of people will, like, urinate themselves during seizures or something like that, or foam at the mouth or something like that. That didn't happen to me in either occasion. Like, very much after my seizure, I was kind of, like, bored, because they were just checking to make sure I was okay. And that's, you know, that's normal, that's fine. But I didn't feel anything wrong, but that ended up impacting me in a different way, in the sense that, like, I might go back and redo that level later just to perfect it, but not right now. My mom was really concerned that if I went to college, which was far away from home, and I had a seizure, there would be no one there to help me. So she was like, I want you to stay home for a semester, just to make sure the seizures don't happen again. So I had to take a semester off from school, and that was, like, kind of a bummer. Like, you know, school is school. It's not the greatest, but at the same time, I didn't, like, not want to be there. Like, I wanted to go, and, like, I wanted to go to school. Barricades, arrows. That's right. But since then, I've been taking anti-seizure medication, and things have been fine. Like, and things have been fine. I haven't had a seizure since, as far as I know, anyway. Like, all right, so I need to block off one of these entrances.
Try this on for size.
Yeah, I guess, like, the, like Alex mentioned, like, I was taking really bad care of myself. I wasn't eating, and I was really tired all the time, which is probably the onset of the epileptic seizures. Like, if you're asking yourself, like, hey, Kyle, how are you playing video games if you have epileptic seizures? Isn't this really dangerous? Well,
Right
like,
there.
epilepsy has a bunch of different
You'll
triggers.
like this one.
Like epilepsy can have a lot of different triggers. Like, for some people it is the old classic flashing lights thing, but for me it wasn't really that, because I've been playing video games my whole life and I haven't experienced that. So we pretty much immediately knew that that wasn't the case. So instead we realized that it was more that I was like really hungry and really tired all the time, because during that time period I would not eat and I would not sleep very often. I would spend a lot of nights up gaming, and I would not take very good care of myself. So I still don't take very good care of myself, but I take good enough care of myself to the point where I won't die. And I'll tell you one thing, I certainly get enough sleep. Oh boy, do I love sleeping. I have found my love for sleep. So that's good. So I think in terms of like epilepsy, that is a largely solved issue. I take my medication. I'm a good little boy. Everything's fine in that regard. There's still the clinical depression though, and the autism. The autism's never going away, and I'm fairly sure the clinical depression is never going away either. Like, I want to say that I wonder if like I should save the talk about autism for another time, because I have a lot of thoughts about it. Like, autism has affected my life in a lot of ways that I can't even really express, that are both like complex and nuanced, that are really complex and nuanced. And depression is like pretty apparent if you've ever listened to me speak. The only thing I really have to say about it right now is one time, pretty recently, I don't really know. Sometimes it can be difficult to express to people that you're being serious when you tell them like you have clinical depression. Like the other day I was talking with Max. Well, it's not that I don't want to share it on stream or anything like that. I'm not uncomfortable. It's just that I know that once I get into it, it's going to be like a long topic that I'm going to go on a very long ramble slash, like, not rant, I would say, because rant implies that, like, I'm going to be angry about it, and I'm not angry about it. It's more just that it's going to be a very long topic to get into, and I don't want to... And since, like, I'm mostly trying to, like, think about the, like, past 10 years on YouTube right now, I don't want to completely derail more than it already is completely derailed, what I'm talking about. And I know that, like, my autism and my clinical depression have been, like, such major impacts on my life that, like, to talk about them in great depth would be to talk about them in great depth. It would basically be a whole other stream on its own, I think. So... But what I would say is, like, I guess ultimately why I brought it up in the first place is that undoubtedly the clinical depression takes away, it makes you feel tired all the time, or at least for me it does. Clinical depression affects everybody in a different way, but for me it makes me feel tired all the time, and it really demotivates you. So if you, even if you have a good idea for a video, you still might not make it because, well, you feel shitty, you feel bad, so you don't make the video, or you quit on the video because the editing makes you feel bad, or something like that.
They'll like this one. A treat for you.
And I guess I might as well, I guess what I was mostly thinking about talking about was, like, it's... I don't really think he has a problem with it, because he knows. He knows, and we're good friends about it. But, like, to say that Max effectively destroyed my self-esteem is kind of an understatement. Like, you kind of have to look at this from my situation. Like, Max is a really good friend of mine, and I love him. But I also kind of, like, hate him on a fundamental level. Like, I just... What I mean by that is kind of like... You have two YouTubers, both aspiring to, like, make videos on the platform. One of them gets hit by an algorithmic boost one day. He's very talented. He's an excellent editor. He has great ideas. And he gets boosted by the algorithm. He goes on to create some masterful works of editing, develops his own style, and becomes influential in the YouTuber creator space to the point where he has developed his own copycats. The other one stagnates, cannot find a creative vision, develops clinical depression over the course of his entire life, and grows incredibly resentful of everyone and everything. Guess which one I am. Like, it's very, very difficult. Like, I love Max. I want to make that clear. I love Max, I want to make that very clear. But at the same time, I cannot stress the fact that, like, that envy is there. And it's very hard to, like, not look at yourself as a failure when it stares you in the face all the time. Like, you know, you're not supposed to compare yourself to others, but how can you not when you see what you could have been all the time, right? Well, this is gonna suck. Well, shit. Can I restart this level? Okay. We're gonna redo a couple. We're gonna redo the previous two levels. For consistency's sake. I will not suffer not perfecting these levels.
More smartness?
And then... Why didn't I use that before? Okay.
That's gonna leave a mark. A treat for you.
Yeah, But no, I mean, like...
They're breaking through.
I'm not mad at Max at all. Because, like, he's just doing what he loves. And what he thinks is right. What he thinks will make people laugh and stuff like that. But I cannot take away the very real emotion that, like, I look at him and I feel like I'm looking at what I should have been, or something like that, you know? Or what I could have been. It's irrational, and I know deep in my heart that, like, I can't be him. I'll never be him, and I don't, nor should I want to be him. I should want to be myself, and do everything I can do to be myself, right? But I think that, like, it's possible to know something logically in your head, and then, like, not register it emotionally. If that makes any sense.
Look out! Flyers! Some new decorations.
Like, you know, there's no crying over spilt milk, right? But at the same time, you still might get angry that the milk is spilt, even though you know that logically there's no point in getting angry at it. You still have a visceral reaction to it, and I think that's kind of what my envy for Max is like. In short, it should have been me, Grr, and then I slammed the ground like the Yu-Gi-Oh character. It's not fair! It should have been me!
In your face. Yes.
It should have been me, not him.
This just doesn't seem fair.
So, I guess ultimately, I'm left asking myself after 10 years now, like, what do I do? What do I do now? Where do I go from here?
Good times, good times. That was fun.
Hmm.
This will be good.
Well, I think that, you know, the podcast idea is something that I have been kicking around. So that might be something to work on for the future. Hot tub stream when? Oh boy. I have very mixed feelings about, like, when people say, like, we're innovating the way that we're doing this, and I'm like, are you really? It's like, I think that, like, a lot of people want to be, like, very cutting edge and on, like, the front lines of, like, what's new and hip, because if you're the first adopter of the next new thing, you're awesome, you're really cool, right? But, I don't know, I'll see, like, articles that'll be like, this content creator is changing the way we think about da-da-da-da-da, and it's like, not really. They usually won't be. It'll be like just some guy who does something slightly different, and it will feel like either a gimmick or it'll be like something so not actually that different. It's like, okay. And I think, like, if you are going to make stuff on the internet, it's really not that bad to do something that anyone else is doing. Like, you can still be very great and influential without having to necessarily fundamentally change the way that we look at the world. Like, sometimes change is a little incremental. The Beatles are fundamental and influential to rock history, but they are by no means the first rock band. Like, you know what I mean? I guess that's a random tangent, based on what you said, Alex. But I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe, like, writing a book or something. Weirdly enough, about time. Like, I was thinking about writing a book about, like, this woman who's, like, in a town that's in a perpetual state of autumn. Like, it's always fall. And, like, she finds out one day that, like, she just thinks that's how life is in her world. Like, she thinks there's no other seasons other than fall. Until she realized, like, she finds, like, an old woman in a clock tower or something like that, and she realizes that, like, her town is in suspended animation. and she like tries to undo the suspended animation of her town, but her town's like trying to tell her like, no, oh, don't do that. You won't like it if you restart time. And like I think the thematics would be about like not wanting to move past about living in the past and kind of like being unable to move past trauma or something like that. Plato's Cave vibes. I honestly think it's more like if you've ever heard, I think, is it by Stevie Wonder? There's this song called Pastime Paradise, which is this song about like people who are so stuck fantasizing about this time and place that they think is like really great that they don't realize that it probably wasn't actually that good at all. It's kind of like this prelapsarian view that like the world was so awesome and they're so stuck in the past that they can't think of like, they can't focus on where they are now, sort of deal. Like I was thinking of having like this big ending scene where like the woman ultimately does restore the flow of time, as it were. She lives in Montana. You know, I guess that's not wrong. Where she does restore the flow of time, and like she leaves the clock tower, and her town is now in winter, and she's like baffled because she's never seen snow before. But also she like finds that her town is now in ruins. Like her town is in ruins, and like everyone has died because like her town was stopped in suspended animation because like maybe the town made a deal with like a witch or something like that to stop time in like the harvest season right before a deadly famine came and basically wiped out the whole town and forced them into cannibalism and destroyed their entire nation. So they want to have like the last good period of their lives before everything went to garbage, and they reminisce about that time as if it were the greatest thing ever. But their curse is that they're never able to move on beyond it. Like, so in a way it's kind of a bittersweet ending, that ultimately the town is completely destroyed, it's all over, and the woman is like the only survivor that's left. But finally everyone's able to move on from it. Like, I got thinking about that story when I think of like wouldn't the moral of the story then be that moving on kills you? I'm just saying. I think you have a decent assessment there. However, I would argue that it's kind of more of a sort of, you know how like in Dark Souls, like everyone complains all the time because they're undead shackles who cannot die. It's more like that to me. Like, it's not so much that they're in a perpetual state of heaven or anything like that. It's more like they're in a perpetual state of purgatory delusion. Like, the town isn't really happy where they are, but they don't want to cope with the fact that they're effectively dead. Like everyone in the town is, except for like the girl, is effectively dead, and they kind of don't want to accept it. It's not that moving on kills you, it's that they've already died, but they don't want to accept that they've died, effectively. In the same way that, like, somebody who has trauma, or has gone through a bad thing, or has moved on from their past, is already in the present, but doesn't want to accept that they're there, so they keep pretending that they're in the past. I think, ultimately, if it were framed a little badly, yes, the moral of the story could very much be that moving on kills you. So I would make it an attempt to not frame it that way. Okay. Well, that was just an idea I had kicking around.
Rumor is
I
a
think it
lot
would be
of us
more of a short
mages are
story,
falling in
because
battle.
I can never focus on keeping a story in place for
They're
long.
left to hold the forts.
Also, did your character just Orange Justice? I believe so, but this game is from 2012, so if anything, this predates the Orange Justice. Okay, we'll try it with this. Actually, what am I doing right now? Wait, if I... I can barricade one side and that'll make them all go down one side, but what is the benefit of that, really? Like, realistically?
Just for you. You'll never see this coming.
I don't know, right? Because there's part of me on YouTube that, like, there's part of me in regards to my YouTube career that, like, wants to make more serious content that's a little more, because I feel like a lot of content is very, like, advertiser friendly and very, focused on being kind of silly and stuff like that. And that's not, it's not inherently bad or anything like that, but I feel as though, maybe there could be some benefit in some more serious works I guess. On the other hand, I am also a notorious goofball, and I think that maybe I would want to make some works that are kind of more goofy. I don't know. It's the classic case of Kyle has no idea what he wants to do, and is going to waffle on it for all of eternity.
Who wants more traps? I do!
Alright, you know what? I remember why I put barricades there. It's because it has an effect on the AI. Push traps.
The rumor is a lot of us war mages are falling in battle. I wonder how many are left to hold the forts.
So I guess I had a lot of I don't know, have I exhausted all the things I had to say about, like, my ye old times on the YouTubes? Like, what's stopping you from taking games that you like or find interesting and discussing themes from them? Like the Celeste video. Sometimes it's just that I don't think a game is very interesting. Sometimes it's that I don't have a lot to say about it realistically. Not every game is a novel. Like, not every game necessarily is going for, like, thematic ideas of the year. But usually the actual biggest obstacle is the video editing process. Like,
This will be good.
this is why I'm kind of kicking around the idea of more of a podcasty type video series that has less of a visual element, because what I've noticed is that I can usually write the script and record it fine, but when it gets to the actual video editing process, it becomes a lot more difficult. I don't know if I just have a natural aversion to video editing, or if it's like, you know, something that just infuriates or overwhelms me. But I generally tend to struggle with it. Oh well.
This'll be fun.
I guess, like, another thing is sort of like, I don't fully know if video essays are what I actually want to make, in a sense. Like, I like thematics in video games and stuff like that, but I always have this weird feeling that when I play video games or talk about them, it's certainly something I can do on YouTube, but it also feels remarkably derivative. Like, not derivative in the sense that it's, like, unoriginal, but more in the sense that it's derived off of another product. There's an incentive for me to make something that is more my idea than, like, just discussing somebody else's art. And make no mistake, while I think art is meant to be discussed and talked about,
This will be good.
I also think that, like,
Something for your face.
you know, there's an incentive for me to kind of be like, well, what if I wanted to make, like, my own little video series? But then what would it be about? And I kind of get stuck on that, you know?
Looking good.
Oh, I guess I mentioned this earlier, but also a giant obstacle is clinical depression. Clinical depression has a really funny way of making you not motivated to do pretty much anything. So there's that.
It's like making orc salsa.
I've been getting a little bit better though. A while back, I had mentioned that I had been unemployed for about like 7 months, following being sacked from Nintendo. But I did actually find a job recently. So, and that's gonna start later this month. So, I will actually have money to, you know, do things again, to pay my rent, and actually buy games. That incidentally was another obstacle. Like, it's hard to talk about new and out games that are coming out, for instance, if you can't afford to buy games, because you have to pay your car insurance, and you are expending the last tiny bit of your savings.
I love this job. This'll be fun.
Yeah, so recently I got a job. I'm going to be a behavioral therapist for autistic kids. Which means I'm gonna, like, help them deal with their autism, help them with their goals, and help them better integrate into the normie society, I guess. I had some therapy when I grew up with the autism, so I relate to it. I largely was able to get through the interview by, you know, telling them about my experience with the autism, and they really liked that, so they were like, they hired me during the interview, and that was pretty nice. It feels good, because one of the problems I was facing during my job hiring was that one of the issues I was facing during my job hiring spree was that a lot of the jobs that I was applying for didn't feel particularly meaningful or important. But this, I think, will, you know, it feels like this job actually matters somewhat. You know, it feels like I'm actually going to help somebody by doing this. As opposed to working some cashier at retail where some elderly white woman is going to come up to me and tell me that I packaged her carrots wrong, so she's going to, like, call the police on me or something. So, yeah, I mean, it's looking up.
Ooh, here's a good one.
So, hopefully with that, I'll find a job that I like. It definitely means that, like, the already pretty out there stream schedule is going to have to be adjusted for sure. Like, around the job. Like, but since my stream schedule is already all over the place already, like, let's be real, it's non-existent. It's whenever Kyle is feeling okay enough to stream. Like, I had mentioned this before, but, like, recently I'd only been streaming with, like, friends, basically, because I think that streaming with friends is a much different atmosphere. It's 100% a huge different atmosphere than, like, streaming with streaming alone, because when you're streaming alone, you are 100% responsible for the entertainment, whereas with your streaming with friends, you're basically just trying to entertain your friends. Like, let me put it like this. When you're streaming alone, you're trying to entertain chat. When you're streaming with friends, you're trying to entertain your friends. And I find that trying to entertain your friends is a lot easier, because they know you, and it's a lot easier. So it's a much more casual experience. So recently I'd been just trying to stream with friends when possible. I think, like, doing more solo stuff it's a little more taxing, because you basically have to be able to, like, alright, I'm gonna do the show for everyone.
Aha! I made contact with the Order's weavers on the far side of the rift. The weavers have read all the old books. They should be able to hook me up with magic goodies.
So this game has, like, 3 phases, as it were, and we are in phase 2. I plan to beat the whole game today.
Hello, lady.
How long have we been going for so far? I'm going to break my PC by checking. 2 hours? That's not too bad. Yep, okay. Just dox all my Steam friends there. Alright. So I am going to... hold on. So we are about a third of the way into the game, so this game might take like 6 hours. It might take like 6 hours. But, we'll see. Bush traps, steam traps, spike traps, arrow traps. Are barricades going to do anything for me here? I don't think so. In that case... sword might be better. Okay. Okay. So if I remember correctly... I don't remember correctly. This game doesn't tell me anything.
Hey, can I get a little help?
I have so many things to show you. Go then. See if I care.
I don't remember which door opens first, so I'm just going to have to say fuck it and figure it out.
Here they come.
Alright, that's a little misplaced, but that's fine. Oh, are you kidding me right now? I forgot that's an aspect of this. So,
Made contact with the Order's weavers on the far side
I
of the
messed
rift.
up. I did a thing where you can accidentally launch some of the orcs into the zone you're not supposed to let them go into if you do an oopsie. I accidentally sprung them too hard. I was too good. Spike trap? Okay. Normally I would use like a roof trap here, but I don't have any. What gives, brother? 2 floor traps. Okay.
It's about to get dark in here, friend. Very well, then.
Okay. So, 2 archers here. Apparently the bottom door opens first?
This won't hurt a bit.
Well, I managed to talk about YouTube for like 2 hours. And that's good, I think. I mean, it's awfully rambly, but at the same time, it's kind of what I set out to do in this stream. Kind of talk about my experience on YouTube. Mercer? Do you mean like Matt Mercer? The guy who's like in Critical Role?
That's right.
What am I doing down here? Alright. Oh yeah, he said Matt Mercer. Alright, the guy who plays the protagonist in this game has a bunch of other things he's in. He's like in a million things. I think he plays one of the guys in Borderlands 2. He plays some guy in Killing Floor. Like, I remember watching Reese play, Killing Floor, and it was so weird, because I heard the Orcs Must Die guy, and I'm like, what the hell? Watch out for Null and Void. That's a joke no one will get. All traps reset 20% faster.
I suppose I expected this.
Ooh, shiny. This'll be fun.
Um, I guess since we're done talking about YouTube right now, not that we'll ever be done talking about YouTube. I think for as long as for as long as I'm on this platform, I will have something to say about YouTube. But right now, I've exhausted my ideas. We can talk about Orcs Must Die in the abstract, in the more like not like the actual game. Heavens forbid, we're not going to talk about the actual game that we are playing on the stream today. Why would we ever? I think I'd rather talk about like the time period in which this game exists. This game came out in around 2012, which was a pretty good year for video games, if I remember correctly.
This will be good.
No upgrades I can get. But for me, 2012 was a pretty tumultuous time in my life. And I always remember Orcs Must Die not really for the game it is. I do like the game. Quite a bit. But I mostly remember it for the particular time and place that I was in when I first played it. Like I bought Orcs Must Die during a Steam summer sale back in like 2012 when this game first came out, because at that time I was very into orcs. Alex is probably the only person who knows about this. I couldn't tell you why I was into orcs. I think it was mostly just because they were green and I like that color. I like the idea of humanoid creatures that were green. Like, you know, they were green and they had more dignity than goblins. If that Kobold Runner fucking gets into the... Okay. Orktoberfest. The original description for this stream was going to be Guten Tag, it's Orktoberfest. But that was back when I was going to do the stream in October. Oh my fucking god, brother. Who is back there? This game doesn't want me to have fun. Alright. Alright. I'm usually not a big enough stickler for, like, losing a minor point, but it does matter, actually, because your score is also your currency.
With the Order's weavers on the far side of the rift. The weavers have read all the old books. They should be able to hook me up with magic goodies.
So I got this game during a Steam sale back in 2012, and I was so enamored by it because I was very interested in orcs at the time that I played through the entire thing in one sitting. It was a lot of fun. But that particular time period is one of the few periods in my life that I can actually recall fairly decently. I have 4 floor traps, that's not right. Okay. Actually, you know what? Not that one. Wind trap. Okay. It's one of the few portions of my life that I can recall fairly decently. A lot of my life, it's a blur, or like very hazy. That particular period of time, like 2012 to 2014-ish, I remember very distinctly. And Orcs Must Die very much is that time period for me.
Sometimes I almost feel bad for the orcs.
Because it's like a core memory almost. Like
Like catnip, but for orcs.
There's a lot to learn. Come back when you're ready.
Because what had happened was my dad had recently been divorced for the second time, and we were living in a house that was too big for our family. Like, there were 3 of us living in Dad's house on the weeks that he had us. And he was like, we have a lot of empty rooms in this house, and I can't afford to pay the mortgage anymore on my single salary, because this house was designed to have 2 people living in it. You know, a 2-income household, right? But that's not working anymore, so we have to leave this house. And at the time, I was really upset, because, like, that was the house that I had effectively grown up in for the past several years. Like, I hadn't spent my entire life in there, but I had spent a lot of it there. And I was upset by that. I legitimately didn't want to leave. I tried to protest leaving. I legitimately refused to pack up my stuff when Dad told me that we had to pack up and go. But eventually he coerced me out of the house. And we left. And we ended up moving to this small apartment in the next town over. And the next town over, we live in kind of a small town, so the next town over was actually like 30 minutes away. And like, so every time, but the difficulty was my mom still lived in the same town. So every time,
You'll be back.
every time, like the way the divorce worked was it would be 1 week on, 1 week off. 1 week my dad would have me, 1 week my mom would have me at their house, respectively. So every time I would go back to my mom's house, we would have to drive 30 minutes over to her place, and then 30 minutes back to go back to Dad's place. And most of my life was over in the town where my mom lived. And we would mostly just go and Dad's house was over in this other town super far away. Not super far away, but like 30 minutes every day is a noticeable commute. Like,
They'll like this one.
so it wasn't fun to not only have to like go from house to house each week, but also to have to spend an additional 30 minutes on the commute each week going to a town where you basically never leave the apartment because your entire life is in the other town. Like, I went to school in the town my mom was in. All my friends were in the town my mom was in. So there was no real... So basically when I was at my dad's house, I spent all day in my bedroom because there was nowhere to go. I spent all day in the apartment because we moved from a... That was the other thing. We moved from a house to an apartment. And to me, my very posh lifestyle, I thought that was a significant downgrade.
Until later, I suppose.
It was, and for what it's worth, it wasn't great. Like, while I have no doubt in my mind that it was definitely more affordable, it, there were problems. Namely, the aforementioned, like, never being able to leave the apartment because there's nowhere to go. Like, once I left the apartment complex, I didn't have a car. I was, like, a teenager. And, like, a young teenager. Like, I think literally entering high school at that time. So, I didn't have a car, so I couldn't go anywhere. I would leave the apartment complex and there'd be nothing to do. I didn't know anybody there, so I would just stay inside. And staying inside was okay, because for what it's worth, I had a lot. I'm not a poor kid. I had my own television set, and I had my computer. But it also wasn't, like, perfect, either. It's not like I had a super big rig computer, either. What I had was a laptop that consistently overheated. And, that very consistently overheated. So what I would have to do is I would have to take the laptop and hang it off the side of my desk, basically. Like, have half of the laptop hanging off the side of my desk, so that way the vent on the underside of the laptop could blow out air from the bottom of it. Because if I had the vent just on the laptop desk, or like, if I just had the vent on the desk as normal, the air would blow from the vent back into the vent and cause the computer to consistently overheat and turn itself off. So, I wasn't working with the best hardware. I also want to emphasize that this is the hardware I used to start my YouTube career. That actually did significantly make my initial Let's Plays pretty difficult, because I would have to basically get a week's worth of Let's Plays done over the course of, like, I would usually have to, like, make sure I had a 2 weeks worth of Let's Plays done, because once I had 2 computers. I know this is very scattershot, but I had 2 computers, and one of them was the actual PC that could handle doing Let's Plays, and the other one was my overheating laptop. And
Until later, I suppose.
I obviously could not do YouTube on my overheating laptop, so I had to record on my desktop instead. So I would record, well, basically 2 weeks worth of Let's Plays on my desktop first, and then basically schedule them to upload during the weeks that I was at my dad's house, when I wouldn't be able to record anything. But anyway, while I don't think it was the best time, obviously, there were a lot of very nice things about it. I remember it being an awfully nostalgic period. Like my dad's apartment was also, it also suffered from the fact that, like, not only could I not go anywhere, our dogs could not go anywhere, because we did own dogs, and they had a problem. That problem namely being that we were on the 3rd floor, and the dogs had no ready access to go outside. So when the dogs had to use the restroom, they just went on, like, a pad in the house, right? And then we'd have to throw it away. So the apartment constantly smelled like dog urine and dog feces, because the dogs couldn't go anywhere. Because we're, like, on the 3rd floor. If we were lucky, they would, like, go outside on the porch, but usually they wouldn't. Like, so a lot of times it would be me, like, hiding in my bedroom trying to escape the smell of, like, dog fecal matter, playing on this overheating laptop in the middle of summer. And you know what? It's still a very oddly nostalgic time for me, because I did enjoy playing games like Orcs Must Die, and at that time, I remember it being very instrumental, because I think that was about the time I realized that you can open a tab and play YouTube videos in one tab and then play a game in another tab. Because I remember that being, like, a series of summers that felt like they would never end, right? Just days of, like, getting up, playing video games, and listening to, like, either chiptune music. Chiptune music used to be, like, I got really into chiptune back in those days, because chiptune was the basis for a lot of YouTube poop music videos, which I've talked about this before, where, like, those were very instrumental to my decision to make videos and, like, begin to play music. So I associate chiptune with that time period in particular, and to this day chiptune is a very nostalgic kind of genre for me, because I associate it with that, basically being in that apartment. close. There we go. Okay. I listened to a lot of chiptune. I watched a lot of Let's Plays from people like the Game Grumps and the Creatures back when they were still active. I remember playing a lot of games like Skyrim. I used to play Smite, which is very weird because that was back before I knew what a MOBA was. So I was really terrible at Smite because I literally did not understand what the objectives of the game were. I thought it was just a third-person action game. Played a lot of RuneScape back then too, and this was right after like RuneScape 3 it came out and everyone hated it. I thought it was fine. So I thought it was fine though. I remember watching somebody play Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze for the first time and being blown away by that game and like its amazing soundtrack. A distinct memory I have is like realizing that I could take ice out of my refrigerator and then I shoved it in my mouth and like it was a very weird moment for me because I distinctly remember shoving ice in my mouth at like 3 a.m. While Friends is playing at Nick at Night on my television in my room. And I'm like experiencing this simultaneous like euphoric pain as I'm feeling like this hyper cold in my mouth trying to suck on ice. And I'm like, this feels terrible, but it's so good. And I'm like, man, I think back on that and it's like, damn, that's such a mood. It's such a weird thing to think about. Like the kind of things that stick out to you in your memory all these years later. But that's really what I think about when I think about times like that. I think about like Orcs Must Die. I think about like those Let's Plays I used to watch. I think about watching Spoonerism. I recall the name exactly. Spoonerism from the Creatures playing The Last of Us because that's around the time when that game released. And even though that was basically a bunch of summers of doing nothing, I remember it being very nostalgic. So when I think of Orcs Must Die, I think of that time period. So the game itself has become very special, even if the game itself is kind of like a little bit run-of-the-mill third-person, in retrospect, a little bit run-of-the-mill third-person action tower defense game. It's not too hard, it's not necessarily too complicated, but it does have spirit, it does have soul, and it meant something to me at the time. And what I always kind of try to get across is that you never really know what kind of media is going to have.
Flame bracers from the Order Enchanters. Nice.
Like, you never really know what's going to have a meaningful impact on somebody.
Be coming right up.
So, I don't know. I guess that's what I thought about when, like, deciding, like, what should I play today for 10 years on YouTube? Well, maybe this. Not only because it's, like, kind of from the time period that that time period was like, but also because it reminds me of like not only from when I first started doing YouTube, but also kind of just the idea of memories in general, to compensate for the fact that I don't have any actual memories to give to the audience because I haven't done anything with this channel. It was different back then. What was I doing? Steam traps. Need a lot of floor traps, actually. Okay. Oh. Another thing that's super nostalgic for me is just the genre of jazz as music. Because, like, I mentioned that I had my own television in my room, right? And, like, my dad had a subscription to DirecTV. And on DirecTV, there were, like, about 200 channels that were just, blank stations that would just show like a black screen with like a direct DVD logo, basically bouncing around like a DVD logo. And they would just play various genres of music. They were basically glorified radio stations. And the one my dad really liked was called Watercolors. And it was like a very smooth jazz station. And he would play it. He would just turn on the TV at night and play it to help him get to sleep. So I also would like play that, you know, when I went to bed. Just to, you know, help me get to sleep. And I remember spending a lot of nights just laying in my bed thinking about stuff, listening to like smooth jazz. And I always associate jazz with like a really, you know, a really starry night now. I always think about that. I can't not associate jazz with like a starry night now. I know that a lot of times we often associate jazz with like dark city nights, you know, smooth jazz, dark city nights, lit cigarettes, LA, you know, noir films, that sort of thing. But for me, it's especially tied to that memory, I guess.
We'll make a good happy hunting.
You fucking sock gremlin. I'm gonna come, I'm gonna come, I'm gonna come. Okay. This is fine. This is not fine.
Flame bracers from the Order Enchanters.
You made the right
Double
decision.
order of jar broiled orcs, extra crispy, coming right up.
Don't let us down.
Yeah, that's my new thing. I like... I don't really know how to reasonably threaten people into, like... I don't know how to reasonably threaten people into, like... I don't know. Telling them that, like, I'm going to do something to harm them, so I just tell them that if you don't stop, I'm gonna publicly ejaculate, and you're gonna feel really uncomfortable.
A little present for you.
You know, it's as Julius Caesar once said, I came, I came, I came. What did I put here?
So that just happened.
Player health doubled after melee, get extra speed and purple songs.
Burn an orc for me.
A little present for you.
Nice, La. Kyle would never survive the Me Too era. I mean, like... I don't... Man, I hope I get famous enough one day to the point where somebody will have a reason to cancel me. Like... I think when the day comes that somebody calls me out on Twitter for my past terrible tweets or something like that, I'll know I have made it. Like, well, the thing is like, I'm pretty sure there's stuff on this channel that 100% people can call me out for. I'm already thinking of like the 100 subscriber special, which has like the weird rape joke that isn't even funny. I'm thinking of like that one YouTube video that's just me saying Judaism. That's like Judaism. You know, I think that's a pretty easy call out. I think if you dig up any of the things I've said on Discord for in like I think if you say I think if you bring up almost anything I said in like 2016, that's pretty easy to cancel. And like, I don't know. I think those are all pretty valid things to call out. But I don't know. You want me to go back and unsay them? Like, I don't know. I was shitty. So I'm still kind of shitty. It's just like, I don't know. I can only try to get better. I think if there's one lesson we can take from the stream today, it's that I haven't done my best in these past 10 years. And, you know, I could do better. I think if anything, the worst thing you can do is double down and say like, no, I didn't do anything wrong. No, I'm pretty damn confident. Let's get you canceled right now. Talk about Palestine. Well, honestly, my nuanced take is that, like, cancel culture is just not particularly new. I just think that it affects everybody now. Like, I don't really like to call it cancel culture because I feel like that's... I don't know, it's just a framing that's really stupid. Or, like, I don't particularly care for it. Oh, is he stuck back there? Alright then, I guess we're waiting for a little bit. Like, I guess what I would say is, like, the game has an auto kill system in case somebody gets stuck. Fortunately.
Excellent.
But I guess what I would say is, like, you know, people have been getting mad at celebrities for making questionable decisions for, like, eons, for literally ever. I think the only difference is that everyone can be a celebrity now. Everyone has a public platform from which they can be seen. Like, social media hasn't made it that anyone with a shitty opinion or who makes a mistake can now be seen. Whereas originally it was exclusive to celebrities and people with, like, a place in which they can be publicly seen. Like, racism always existed, right? But, like, racism and sexism and all that stuff, it always existed. But you probably just, like, never heard it from stupid Uncle Larry, because stupid Uncle Larry, he never had a Twitter before. Like, so there was no one there to be, like, angry at it. Like, I don't even know where they are.
Good times. Good times.
Don't waste what I've given you.
So I guess what I mean to say is the only reason I haven't been, like, completely wrecked yet is because nobody cares enough to, like, wreck me.
This'll hurt. Here, Orky, Orky, Orky. will be good.
Well, gee, now what? Man, I've done this thing where I was like, man, I have so much to say today, and then it's like 2 hours, and it's like, man, we got like a lot of game left. This always happens where I feel like I have a lot to say, and then just like I blow through it in like the first half, and then it's like, well, now what do I do? Did I get the monkey gremlin? I will fully admit this game has a the protagonist has some very he's you know he's very much got that energy. He feels like he was written by a group of marketing executives. I assure you, I think, when I first played this game, I found the game, like, when I first played this game, I felt that the writing for the main character was still pretty corny, but kind of corny in an enjoyable way. Like, it didn't feel very smart or clever, but I also felt like it was meant to be enjoyably kind of stupid. And I felt like this kind of thing hadn't been so blatantly overdone that it was tiresome. Yo, Pounder, finally. Which level is this? Oh, the funny one. Okay.
Sent me to the fortresses on the western line. It's a dangerous region. A treat for you. I laugh at danger. Ooh, here's a good one. And a kitten. This will be good. So cute. Funny.
This level has a lot of setup involved. Because it's very tight.
Orc, the other white meat.
So mostly I just use barricades to solve my problems.
Step right this way, Mr. Orc.
They have shields now. The only thing the shield does is that it allows them to take an extra hit, which is both extremely powerful and also not very good, depending on the circumstance. Yeah, I know what you mean about the cave choir. There is a fair amount of choir in the OST for this game, but I've also kind of turned down the volume for the game a little bit because this game is really loud. It also might be that because in certain parts of this game the antagonist is like trying to mentally talk to you. Like she's trying to mind meld with you, basically. So you could be hearing that. But it honestly might be a little too quiet to hear. Oh yeah. During the downtime being waived, there is a bit of a, like...
A treat for you.
There is a bit of a sort of noise to it. I believe that's actually the sound of, like, these... There's, like, these spirits that tell you where the orcs are going to run in the map. And they give off a faint, like, glowing noise. And yeah, it kind of sounds like the Cave Choir OST.
Embrace your inner dark. Decisive. I like that.
This will be good.
Todd Howard's magnum opus. You know, I never got a chance to play Starfield. I'm wondering if I'm getting to that age where I'm just like too old to play big old gigantic open world games anymore. I just don't have the time. I say as I've been playing 7 Days to Die for like the past like 20 days or something. But I guess what I mean to say is like, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like there's so many big open world games that it's like intimidating because it's like, oh, this is just another 400-hour adventure that I'm gonna have to get into, huh? Like,
Come back when you're ready.
well, I understand your hesitation to buy AAA games on release. Because, you know, why release a game finished when you can get it out now and make a lot of money?
Set it and forget it.
An interesting choice.
I don't know if you heard that, but like one of the weavers, when you select an upgrade, she's like, an interesting choice. That is a line I quote pretty consistently, as it's like a way of signaling a passive disapproval. Like, oh, oh, an interesting choice. I think I've said that in Dota like a bunch of times when the enemy does something. When, like, the enemy does something extremely terrible, I'll be like, that's an interesting choice.
Very well, then.
It's getting kind of tight in here.
be back.
What I would... I thought I had something to say there, and I just don't,
Picnic time! Right there, that's the spot. How about some of this?
man. I think this game's rated like E10 or something like that. Which is wild to me, because this game's kind of violent. Is it rated E10 or is it teen? Either way, it's kind of violent. Like, I remember Smash Brothers Brawl was rated teen.
How about some of this? Like catnip, but for orcs.
It is rated T. Okay. I would guess it's because of the blood. Man. I don't know. The rating systems for video games and movies have always been, like, very weird to me. Like, I don't know. Like, Temple of Doom is rated PG. Like, I think the reason why PG-13 was created was because Temple of Doom was, like, rated PG, but there's just a scene where a guy rips somebody's heart out. And they're like, this is a PG movie? It's like, okay. And what I'm mostly thinking about right now is how, like, thinking about how the rating system has evolved in video games over time.
I know I didn't imagine
How, like,
your voice.
there was a time when ratings basically did not exist in video games.
I don't understand. How can anyone not like me?
How there was a time when ratings basically did not exist in video games. Like, games kind of just came as they were, because everything was so graphically primitive that, like, even if you created the most gory game ever made, it still just looked like pixels. Nobody was going to get traumatized by it. And then eventually they had to integrate it as, like, games like Mortal Kombat came out and stuff like that. but now we're kind of like almost regressing back to the point where violence is so commonplace that, like, I don't know, does Call of Duty get a teen rating these days? I know that, like, Fortnite can just put in, like, whatever they want into their video game and just still have it, like, be, like, E10 or whatever. Like, I don't know, just put in, like, Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lambs or something in there. And be like, yeah, it's rated E10 for everybody. Well, you know what? They gave me way too many traps for this level. Okay. So the deal with this level is that it's the first level with flyers. Oh, I actually need something else here. Oh. It's not the first level with flyers, but, it's a level with flyers, and that's... So I think actually if we put an arrow wall right up there, it'll hit the flyers when they come in. Those ones are called fire babies.
Hey, lady, save the flirting. I'm trying to kill orcs here.
Thanks. I was getting bored. Burn an orc for me.
One thing I do like, fire baby, yeah, they are in contrast to the fire imps, I guess. One thing I do like about this game quite a bit is that it has a Plants vs. Zombies thing going on where, like, every level they introduce to you a new concept or, like, a new weapon. So, like, every level you get a new thing. Like, it adds variety, and I dig that. Oh my god, these little fucking... Like, they give you the ice amulet here specifically to fight the Hellbats, and the ice and the fire babies respectively. I don't think they'll actually go up these stairs. I hope they won't go up these stairs. Or else I have made a horrible miscalculation. It does definitely feel like sometimes the protagonist has about 25 exciting phrases he can say when you squeeze him. I have a lot of air defenses, but not a lot of land defenses. Oh, he's pinned.
I'm so clever and handsome.
Ugh. This is always a big difficulty for me. Like, I will consistently just have really big dead air spots when I'm streaming, I think, because I feel conflicted, right? Because I feel like there's a massive incentive to say something, but a lot of times I just don't have anything to say. And is it more honest to not say anything if you don't have anything to say, or to make sure that the audience is entertained and make sure you say anything? I don't know. Because I don't want to dangle keys in front of everyone's face. But at the same time, I get nervous about it.
About some of this.
You won't be sorry. You're okay, you know that?
Well, the thing about the 45-minute Trash Humpers monologue in VC I did once is that I think a lot of that was just reading off the Wikipedia article for Trash Humpers. I guess that does get me thinking, though, about concepts of, like... I don't know... This sounds like a dog whistle, but it's not. I swear it's not. But what you would call, like, cultural elitism? What was that? It sounds like a dog whistle for, like, the Jews or something like that, but it's really not. When I think of, like, cultural elitism, I mean, like, the way in which we tend to put certain mediums of art or culture above, like, other forms of media or culture. Like, you know, books are a more respectable form of understanding art, understanding the universe, than video games. The theater is more respectable than the television. You know, that sort of thing. And I think a lot about that, because well, to be fucking honest with you, I might as well just say that, like, I am passively into, like... Not passively. I like VTubers. Like, it's just something I like. And if you don't care for that, that's fine. But it's something I like. And within that space, typically speaking, there are those who operate within, like, corporate entities and those who operate within, like, independent, or like independent spaces. And I think there is an idea brimming under the surface, at least, that, like, and this doesn't necessarily apply exclusively to VTubers, but, like, generally speaking, in, like, films or video games, like, I think, as you were mentioning earlier, like, with AAA games, like, that something that is produced by a big company is inherently less valuable from an artistic perspective than something produced by an indie agency, or something like an indie company, or something like that, or by an individual, or something like that. And I think there is, like, a temptation to believe that because, like, you know, big corporations are focused largely on making money, and a lot of corporate influence can ruin the artistic process behind, like, making a game, for instance. But I don't think that's necessarily always the case. Moreover, just because a product is, like, influenced corporately or something like that, or even has corporate intentions, like, a lot of things are made for profit. Even indie games, or even and especially indie titles, or indie games, indie films, indie VTubers, whatever. They're all, many of them are made for profit. I don't think roof traps will actually help me very much here. Okay. I think there is an incentive to believe that something that is produced from, like, a big mega corporation inherently has less artistic value than something that is produced by, like, an individual or an independent, smaller thing. And I can definitely see the logic because, yeah, there's a lot of corporate influence in trying to water down or reduce the amount of things. So there's a big incentive to say that the Marvel movie or whatever is inherently less valuable than, I don't know, some avant-garde French indie production because, you know, it's made by a big studio company that's just trying to make money or whatever. But ultimately, I think that art is what you get out of it. And if somebody legitimately goes into a Marvel movie and feels more of an emotional connection to Iron Man than they do Jean-Claude, the man from the weird indie French flick, then ultimately one work of art has managed to resonate with them and the other has not. And in that case, it will have been the big corporate film. Moreover, I think it needs remarked that, like, oftentimes we put independent creators, because they are struggling against a vast system of corporate entities, even though there is something, we often frame them as heroic, and I think in a way there is heroism to it, because they are indeed fighting against a vast system of deeply corporate entities who want them to compromise on their artistic beliefs for, like, profit or whatever. And I don't think they should do that. But at the same time, it needs to be remarked that, like, just because something is indie does not make it good. For every Undertale, there's going to be, like, an independently produced hentai porn game that's, like, made in MS Paint. Like, not every indie game is a starling darling. Like, sometimes AAA games are really good, and sometimes they're really bad, but I think it needs to be remarked that sometimes indie games are also really trash. And I've been thinking about that because I think that sometimes we treat indie games as if they are some sort of bastion of pure creativity, some bastion of holiness, because we have become so disillusioned with the way that corporate entities treat their products that we sometimes forget that, like, you know... No, I think that independent creators can also be really bad. Like, can also be really bad, and that corporate entities can also be meaningful as well. That art is about what you get out of it and not necessarily who created it. Sometimes that is a factor for certain, but I think it's more about, like, what you get out of it. In particular, I think about that a lot because very often it is framed as like, the corporate is, you know, it's not real. I get what you're saying, Alex. Like, in the sense of, like, the individual creator having a conversation with you. I think that, like, in a sense that, like, part of what's kind of interesting about Undertale is, for instance, is, like, the idea that, like, Toby Fox largely made the game in isolation mostly by himself. So, it is effectively his whole creative vision. So he is effectively giving you everything that he wants to say to you without any real influence from anybody else. On the other hand, I think it varies by person. I have made it no secret that Nichijou is probably one of the most important things I've ever seen in my life. And that show was made by God knows how many animators and, like, people behind it. And it was made by a major animation studio. It's not necessarily the fact that, like, you know, it was made by a big corporation or whatever. I think it's more about, like, what I managed to get out of it. It's more that it resonated with me. I think there's just kind of this idea that, like, indie producers are more real, as it were, but I don't think that just because there are more people on the project that the inherent feelings are any less valid, or the emotions being expressed are any more kind of, like, terrible. I think it's more like when a corporation tries to appeal to a mass audience, or, like, you know, they try to appeal to a mass audience, or, like, maybe get really influencing the artistic decisions that it starts to get bad. Like, but that's not always the case. I think a lot of times we've experienced that being the case, where stories in AAA titles feel very hollow, and by contrast, people find that indie games are a lot better by comparison. But I don't think that's always the case. I think that a lot of times, in particular, there are a lot of extremely talented people working on, like, AAA titles, for instance, who ultimately have visions and artistic goals on the products they're making, who maybe just kind of get shot down by big corporates at the end of the day. It's kind of why I like thematic analysis, because it allows me to kind of, like, think about things that kind of don't feel like they mean anything, and maybe try to interpret what it is trying to say. Oh, shoot. Oh no, we're fine. Okay.
Ooh, here's a good one.
But I guess the long and short of it is that I don't really think that, like, either is any more pure or, like, real than the other. I think very often it's a way of framing. I think very often we frame independent creators as more pure because they are fighting against systems that are very, you know, corporate and bad. Because many aspects of the corporate system are bad and we don't like it. But also, I suspect, because there's a little bit of jealousy there, like a little bit of, like, independent creators being upset that their small films are not being as recognized as art they feel is not as good. like, you know, the same reason that I get upset at Max and claim that his art is garbage and mine is actually the good one, really. Because, you know, I just want people to watch mine. Like, it feels like there's admittedly a bit of condescension in being like, you know, oh, my art is more sophisticated. It's just the uneducated masses that don't get it. It's like, I don't know, man. Maybe your art's just bad. I don't know. It's like, maybe it just didn't resonate with people like you thought it would. I don't know. It can be a lot of things. There's definitely like an incentive of like, yeah, I get what you mean. Like, where how bigger productions kind of inevitably have to appeal to a larger audience and be less controversial because, like, you need to keep that audience up.
What have you got?
I have so many things
Gotta
to
keep
show
that
to
line
you
up.
later, I
Gotta
suppose.
make sure the line goes up, because if you don't...
Decisive. I like that.
The reality is, though, I think, like, there is kind of a practical reality to it, that maybe these creators do actually want to have a message or things in it that are niche, controversial, or innovative, in a sense, but ultimately are restricted by their budgets, or also kind of restricted by the reality that if they put something that controversial in the game, they won't sell as well and they won't be able to recoup their, you know, their massive budgets. When you're producing a game that's that expensive, for instance, like an indie game that's really small and is made in RPG Maker, for instance, it doesn't really need to do a whole lot to recoup its losses. But if you're making like a AAA title, you can't really afford to do something so bad that like it wrecks your entire sales quota, because you need to make your money back. Even assuming you're not working for the, you know, stock investors, you still probably need to break even somehow. There is like a financial reality there at play. I think this is why some people have advocated for like smaller games, that they want games that are smaller and willing to take bigger risks, because the financial prospects are a lot lower. I understand that. But I guess at the same time, I think that, like, you know, but like I said, I don't think something necessarily has to be especially controversial or niche in order for it to be, like, particularly meaningful either. Like, I don't think Nichijou is a particularly, like, I don't think its central messaging is particularly, like, I think as a show it's pretty weird, but I think, its actual messaging is not particularly controversial or, like, super advanced or something that has never been said before. Mayhaps by Japanese standards, it's a little out there. And I don't mean that to sound like, offensive to the Japanese people, but more like, I think that, like, one of Nichijou's central messages is that it's kind of okay to be, like, a little weird. And I know that, like, in Japanese society, there's a big emphasis towards, conformity. So, I guess that might be a little bit of an oddball take to have for a more mainstream anime, but I don't know. That might just be my interpretation on it. And I could also have a very poorly defined grasp on Japanese culture, as I am very clearly not Japanese, so... Well, the point being is that I don't think necessarily... I think that while oftentimes there is a drive to make things especially controversial, it doesn't necessarily have to be. Or not make something controversial, but like something that's like really, I don't know, out there. I remember this being a big thing when I was in theater classes. They would always emphasize to us that theater was pushing the groundbreaking arts that television would never dare to tread, and it's like... A lot of people in my theater classes would talk about like the same three things over and over and over again, like I'm depressed, the world's ending, I'm gay. Well, granted, it was theater class, so I'm gay was a pretty common one. Like, it's like, alright. And those aren't invalid topics, like I said, but they're not invalid by any means. And if those end up resonating with somebody, that's great. That's fantastic. But would I call them, like, cutting-edge material? I don't really know about that. Like... Then again, there are some parts of the world, you know, there are some places where I'm gay and I'm depressed is kind of cutting edge, so I don't know. I think I mentioned this before, but I got so fed up with people writing about how the world's gonna end in my theater class that I wrote a play. I wrote like a small short play about a family who's waiting for the world to end, and then the world just doesn't end, and then they're like, well, fuck, now what? Like, I got so bitter about people fantasizing about the world ending that I wrote a story about the world not ending. And then people being really upset because it's like, well, fuck, well, now what do we do? Like,
Until later, I suppose.
Okay. So what happened there was I didn't die or anything. I didn't lose any points, but I took too long, so I didn't get the full score. I was off by like a full minute. I might go back and do that later, but I'm not gonna spend another like 15 minutes doing that. generally speaking, I don't see so much nihilism in like the kids these days. More as see like a general refusal to. Maybe nihilism is a way you could describe it, but generally I see it more as like. I suppose I see it more as like people being unwilling to accept, like, talk about their feelings, like when somebody has an emotion, rather than like saying I feel this way or this makes me feel this way or something like that, they'll tell this like really weird ironic joke that maybe alludes to how they're feeling, but also possibly not, just in case you call them cringe, in which case they can back up and say, oh no, I don't actually feel that way. Because, you know, it's the internet, and like, if, you know, anybody says anything, you can jump on them and call them an idiot, so always gotta be on guard. That's pretty cool. I'm kind of over it. I'm kind of over having to talk to people who just won't tell me what they mean. Like, I've been that person, and I'm a little I know that person because he's me. Of course I know him. He's me. So I'm a little done with it.
Stores 10,000 years of the collected wisdom of our most brilliant minds. Nope, nothing useful here.
I mean, you say Anime Zone memories, but it was like Anime Zone and Politics Zone and Memes Dump and General Chat and pretty much everything. Like,
the last thing you'll ever see. This will be good. Here they come.
Like, the issue is not that, like, he was one place. It was like, it was everybody. He was this general feeling of, I don't care about anything, sort of whatever. He was like being a disaffected 90s kid, but also trying to be the coolest kid. Oh, whatever. I just don't care.
That kind of rule.
Alright, let me barricade, barricade, barricade. I don't know, man, I'm getting old. I kinda just don't have patience for people who are obviously trolling me. Like, if someone's gonna fuck with me, I'm just gonna be like, alright, I'll leave. I don't have... There's no point to engage with somebody who does not want to be engaged with, I think. Why? You are the worst. I specifically put up the barricade so you would not go there. Why? You guys are the worst. I put up this nice barricade so you guys won't come here. You come here anyway. Now I gotta go out of my way to set up a fucking set of defenses for this whole Shinigami Tensei. Can't believe you're actually making me play the game. Here, I wanted a nice relaxing time where I could bitch about how much I've been done wrong by YouTube. And instead you're making me here play the game. Horrid.
There's a lot to learn. I suppose I expected this.
Looking good.
Okay. Something that's interesting. Scrambling for topics here.
An interesting choice.
An interesting choice. Okay. I guess in regards to me, I don't really know fully where I'm going anymore. I think when I was a kid I wanted to be an archaeologist, you know. I wanted to be a guy who dug up bones for a living. Because I was really into dinosaurs. But, you know, now I'm old and gray and all I really want is like a tiny amount of validation. Just a crumb of validation, sir. I just want to be told that my existence on this mortal plane is of some sort of meaning. And I assure you, if you tell me that my existence has any sort of meaning, I'll deny you and tell you that you're lying. No, 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 no. As for right now, I guess I wanted to be some sort of entertainer, no?
A little present for you, one for you, and one for you.
I think eventually I decided somewhere along the line that I wanted to be an entertainer of some sort. I'm not really sure what that was. Whether that was like some sort of animator, some sort of like writer, comedy actor. When I was younger, I very much wanted to be a jester. Obviously an impractical occupation, right? Because those don't really exist anymore. But it's what I used to roleplay as in RuneScape. And I figured, you know, if Don Quixote can be a knight, then surely I can be a jester, yes? I can find a way. So I would practice music, right? Learn to write. Be a little performative, be a little weird, and I figured, you know, one day I'll do it. I never figured out how. And now we're here.
This'll hurt.
There's still part of me that kind of wants that. Yeah, Pomni Kyle, basically. I actually rather liked the digital circus. It was the hip new thing, right? So I took a look at it, and yeah, I liked it. I think the idea of like the very bright and colorful thing being, you know, a facade for the really horrifying truth is like a bit overdone. Like as an idea, as like a trope. I think it's very popular in media right now. But I like the characters. I thought the jokes were funny. Thoughts on the digital circus? I liked the animation and the characters, and I thought the jokes were fun. I felt like it felt like an actual show. Like, it's very well produced, and it felt like an actual show, as opposed to, like... It didn't feel like an advanced, animation. It felt like an actual produced show. It looked very professional. The script writing I felt was very good. Like, it didn't feel like this is something that a bunch of, like, internet memesters dumped out in a week. Like, I could still tell there was a bit of, like, internet humor in it, but it still felt like there was some confident script writing in it. Like, the plot actually progressed. This wasn't like a series of random events and non sequiturs that... It didn't feel like a random YouTube video, like a random animation in a YouTube video where things kind of just randomly fall into place because, you know, it's a hyperactive YouTube video that's just trying to get kids in their seats or whatever. It had a story with a script. And while that's kind of a low bar, I did love that. You know, it had camera angles, stuff like that, characters that were interesting. I like that. I think that Jax as a character is pretty endearing because it's kind of difficult to make a character who's simultaneously like a really big dick and also like fun to watch. Like, he's clearly kind of a dick, but also you like him. I thought that was cool. Pomni's cute. I'm not really sure how I feel about the psychological torture angle. I honestly kind of prefer more of the comedy bits. Because again, I think the whole dark subtext to bright and colorful show thing is a bit overplayed, in my personal opinion. Like, the first thing I think of when I think of, like, oh, I mostly think of an ironic kind of, like... I read some of the comments in the comment section talking about how it was, like, having to deal with the internet, where everything is, like, this really ironic twinge of, like, everyone's really happy and smiley or something like that, but there's a lot of dark subtext to it, and I'm like, I can see that. And it's like, we're all living in clown world. The circus is clown world, and I'm like, I can kind of see that too. So that's, like, interesting subtext. Like, if the digital circus is, like, literally meant to represent, like, the, sense that, of, like, deep irony-poisoned discourse or whatever, that's interesting. Though I think that ultimately it is a pilot, and I'm not really the kind of... I found that when you judge something that hasn't come out yet, really, or...
What was it the old man used to say? Apprentice, rub my corns. Now, wait. Apprentice, empty my bedpan. No, that wasn't it either.
or when you judge something that isn't quite out yet, it's hard to make a judgment. So I think on the whole it was pretty good. I liked it. I would like to see what it looks like when it fully comes out. Springs, ice traps. That should do. Okay. Yes. The protagonist said, "Empty my bedpan," because he's in the plot. He's trying to remember what his old master told him, and his master's really old and decrepit, so he's like, "What did my master say? Apprentice, empty my bedpan." That sort of thing.
Ooh, here's a good one.
It's about to get dark in here. An interesting choice.
I have no idea which one of these comes out first, so... or which door they come out of first. They come out of both first, okay.
They're breaking through. Just right this way. Nice.
But yeah, when I was a young boy, I wanted to be Jester, so I literally bought some Jester... I collected Jester hats. I still have them in my room hanging on my wall. And I learned to play music. I used to be able to play the flute reasonably well. Could write. Wanted to make videos because I was sure that, one of these days I'm gonna be a Jester who travels the world, and I'm gonna, like, be real funny and stuff like that. And I don't know, it turns out when you kind of base your occupation on a daydream, it doesn't quite work out. Man, they blew up my shit. Alright. So, where am I at right now? I guess some sort of entertainer. The cursed pose of Kyle and the Dio pose in his Jester outfit. Yeah. It is a real image that exists. That was back when I still had dreams. As dead as they were back then. But now I just don't know anymore. And now that it's been 10 years, and I'm pretty confident that this YouTube's thing isn't going anywhere. Not without some major intervention, anyway. Or some major changes. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna be.
Wait, I got it. Apprentice, the Order will defeat the enemy because we fight for a cause. The Orcs may be numberless, they are also purposeless and leaderless. Well, we're wrong. They got a leader now. Now check this down. Yes!
Man, they did a number on my archers. Alright. Was there a place I could put this that'll hit them? Eh, kinda. Not very well.
Is that all?
Well, there goes the artillery.
Good times. Good times. Nice. My bow is yours.
Very well then.
I must admit, the conflict is not exactly going in my favor.
Is that it?
I suppose I expected this.
Real Z Master cameo. I have this freaking thing where I just don't turn off my Steam notifications so everybody gets doxxed. I think it'd be a bigger problem if anybody watched this. Like, like,
So clever.
one of these days somebody's gonna figure out that, like, you'll be able to find Max's Steam address through this stream, and boy howdy, are people gonna have a riot when that
Until
happens.
later, I suppose.
He will never have privacy again. My revenge.
Best war mage ever.
Don't some people already know his Steam account? You're right. You know, now that you mention it, the stakes aren't high enough. What if I were to nickname him his home address?
Who wants more traps? I do! I do! Here, Orky, Orky, Orky. Some new decorations. A treat for you.
Yeah, do it. Doxing stream, let's go.
Shaken and stirred. Also stabbed.
In today's video, a thematic analysis of whatever the fuck Max uploaded this week. We're going to analyze how a desperate Hawaiian man continues to spend his free time trying to get money out of a desperate for an audience of 4-year-olds. What if I base my career off of like responding to every video that Max ever makes and just like saying it's a coded message for like Haitian war crimes or something? In this episode of Cruelty Squad, in this Maxor video about Cruelty Squad, Max is of course alluding to the fact that he is secretly complicit in the financial destabilization of Middle Eastern countries for his own financial benefit. As the heir to a I'm good. I'll just have moments sometimes where like it's like, you got a joke? Nope. You gonna go through with it anyway? Yeah, I guess so. Wait. Fuck! No. How'd you guys get here? I believe the decoy is really good in this game and possibly the second game, and then kind of bad in the third game.
So, the orcs are dancing to this woman's thing that makes orcs dance. Well, I can make orcs dance too. And by dance, I mean die when I poke them with my blade staff.
Okay. This level's kind of big, but I think you can largely circumvent it by using barricades. Like, we put a barricade here. And then we put 2 barricades here. And then they are forced to come down this way. And then from here, you put the funny dummy.
A little present for you. This just doesn't seem fair. What have you got for me?
I have so many things to show. Very well.
You put the funny dummy. Some of them are going to run in the certain direction, but they will realize there's barricades and not do anything.
What a mess. They're in the West Hall.
I think the start of this level will be a little rough because we just don't have the infrastructure. We had to spend most of it on barricades. Okay. So if you can see at the upper right-hand corner of the map, they're all noticing the barricade and are turning around. I do like the implication that orcs are so stupid that they see a wooden waist-high barricade and just walk immediately back because they're like, well, can't pass that. Like,
Try this archer shot. I love this job.
I should have gotten more roof traps.
Oh, please don't send me more orcs, scary woman's voice. How could I possibly survive?
Brave and foolish bow. You will beg for mercy before.
Ooh, big words for someone who hides behind a bunch of dumb orcs.
I think I got it. There's still like 9 waves to go.
That's gonna leave a mark. Is that all you got?
I suppose I expected this.
What can I spare?
An interesting choice.
Interesting. Alright. I see, they're coming from both sides now. That's the gimmick.
Let's talk more orcs, please. Clean up on aisle 3. Good times, good times.
They blew up my decoy. They did the thing they were supposed to do.
What a mess.
I'm always so disappointed. I can never bring my A-game material to this. But what else is there to do, right? I don't know if I've ever brought my A-game material to anything. I fear that if I did, it'd be too overpowered for anybody. What are these guys doing? You trying to kite me? I might go back and watch all my old videos later today. Just really take a long look at where I've been and what I was trying to do. Maybe I can learn something from that. On private the Let's Plays, I mean, at this point there's really not any stakes. My concern is that it might get mixed in with the modern streams and people will be like, wow, his mic quality went way down. Also, he sounds like he's 15. What happened?
I suppose I expected this.
Like, I've been thinking about, like, the Let's Plays. I had to go back and look at some of them earlier today. To check, like, when my first upload was, for instance. And I don't know. There was a time when I was like really ashamed of them, but now I'm like, I was 15. And that's very much of the time that they were released. They are very much a product of history. So I don't really feel too bad about them anymore. They're not any more embarrassing than anything else I've ever produced, I think. So, I don't know, maybe. But like, again, my concern is that it'll kind of get mixed into the stuff that I've already produced. Like, YouTube will start recommending Let's Plays from 2014 or something.
Is that all?
And that'd be pretty wild. It's like, wow, Kyle managed to stream 500 times in the past 24 hours. Wow, his mic is garbage. I think I had something like 500 videos before I privated them all. I think I made 500 videos total in between the year 2013 and 2015. But that's kind of the nature of Let's Playing. If you upload like a 15-minute video out of a 2.5-hour play session, you get 8 videos, so...
Last thing you'll ever see. This will be good.
Well, now I remember why the decoy was so good in this game. It actually regenerates health. Like, unlike the other games, where they nerfed it pretty bad. Boom. Alright, I need to let them come to me or else they'll just never do it. Like, they're running from me. Alright. I guess I gotta chase down this entire fucking crap.
Yes! Right there, that's the spot. So that just happened. Some new decorations. This'll tickle a few toes. It'll hurt a lot.
Let's see here.
Until later.
I have most of the things I need. Yeah, I think I stacked this level a little bit. I have a lot more money than I actually need right now. Winning. Man, remember when that was popular? Remember when Charlie Sheen was, like, briefly popular? And then he had his catchphrase winning. And then Charlie Sheen had to go and be a Charlie Sheen again. And then he was dropped off the face of the earth.
This will be good.
Are they? No, they're not. Oh. Hopefully the rest of them don't notice that. I guess it's better that they do that on the last wave than any other of them. Alright. Very fortunate that they managed to destroy my one gimmick before on the last when it only when it didn't matter. Let's see here. I want to upgrade the swinging mace. I am personally of the opinion that the clockwork mace is the best, or at least one of the best traps in the game. The decoy's probably up there as well. The pounder's up there as too. Most whatchamacall, ceiling traps are really good. Most ceiling traps are pretty good. But the clockwork mace is especially good. It has, like, it's really not versatile in where you can put it, but when you can put it places, it basically chunks everything, and that's what makes it decent. This is the Knowledge Weaver. I think we're entering Act 3 then. Okay.
She was the.
There is an easier path for us both. Why will you not open your mind to me?
Well, to start with, you're really arrogant and you talk like a history book.
Impossible, child. Your will is strong, but I will break you.
Can you boink yourself with the mace? No, none of your traps hurt you.
Female. Maybe cuter.
You are the last of the order now.
None of your own traps will hurt you. However, sometimes enemies that are not immediately killed by the swinging mace will get ragdolled by them, and that's pretty funny. One thing I really appreciate about this game is its use of NVIDIA physics when it came out. Now, we just got access to one of the best weavers in the game, but she's not going to be super useful. Spell kills earned 20 more coins. Normally we only had 2 weavers before, but now we have 1, and the Knowledge Weaver is generally pretty good. The Knowledge Weaver, I argue, she's supposed to be like a miscellaneous all-purpose weaver. This one's specifically for traps, this one's for fighting. This one is sort of meant to be a mix, but I think she's just the best. because she has a couple of skills that combo very well into each other. Okay, this should do.
Did you ever have too many traps? I'm thinking no. Hey, can I get a little help?
Knowledge is power. Fight well, War Mage.
I'm going to need some spare money after this, I think, so we'll just do this. It's a pretty bare setup, but it'll work.
Goblin shambles. Where did she find those? How you like me now? Voila! This'll hurt. Right there, that's the spot.
Trap kills generate 5% of players' mana, that's pretty useful. And spell kills earn 100% more coins. These both really jump well into each other because you can use the trap kills to generate your mana and then use that mana to get more coins from spell kills.
How it's done.
I know that one of these doors is gonna just randomly open soon and I'm concerned about that. Okay, so I think both of these doors are going to open. So we're going to place... I don't have enough for 2 maces. I have one for for 1 mace though.
This will help.
I've added a lightning rift, a lightning shield to the rift, which will help. Well, that took 0 seconds of no effort. How much does this cost? 1,000? Okay.
That was fun.
That's a good choice.
Okie doke. Those are generally the 3 that you want from that skill tree.
Some new decorations. This just doesn't seem fair. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Let's do it again.
That wasn't so bad.
Picnic time.
Now Now they're gonna be coming from all angles here.
This will be good. Some new decorations. Oh yeah.
This is where the real stress comes in, micromanaging all the different parts of the map.
That's fun.
I'm gonna move this guy back a little bit.
Step right this way, Mr. Orc.
There's some fun trap combos you can do. Like you can use this push trap here to push them into the wall plates. I launched that one a bit early.
Warning, may cause death. Yeah.
Okay.
Be careful out there.
We don't need zombie orcs, but I guess we have them now. Man, this Baldur's Gate 3 expansion looking weird.
Done and done.
Okay. Now I got the swinging mace upgrade. Its big benefit now is that, well, it doesn't need resetting. Very handy. Ah, the Ring of Lightning. My beloved. This weapon has never not been broken. In all versions of the game that it exists
The
in,
rest of the order
it is never not broken.
There's a limit to how long one war mage can hold the line. And if that one war mage is me.
Okay. Alright. So they're going to come from all sides here.
What have you got?
We serve the order. Fight well, War Mage.
one. It'll hurt a lot.
Well, lightning's primary is to do that, and that's pretty decent on the face of it. It's just a standard attack that bounces between enemies. But its secondary attack is to do this, which is evil.
Good times. Good times. Good times.
So it is said, you have heard it said many times. I am the storm that is approaching.
Orc, the other white meat.
That's a good choice.
You know the way you constantly nag. It's your least attractive quality. Yes, dear. Right away, dear. Whatever you say, dear. And boom goes the dynamite.
Okay.
This will help. That's a good choice.
I should put some archers up here. By the way, you can ride these and shoot them. I typically don't use them because I'm usually more powerful on my own. Alright. In my arrogance, I have gotten myself killed.
Is she lying? Is the rest of the order really dead? There's a limit to how long one war mage can hold the line, even if that one war mage is me.
When you die, you lose points, which again relates to your currency, so you can't do that. You cannot allow that to happen. Steam trap. Okay.
Hello?
Knowledge is power. Fight well, War Mage.
Took fall damage from that.
This will be good. Sweet! Stop the bullshit! You go first!
Notably, part of the reason why this Weaver is so powerful is because you can effectively double your income just by hitting things with spells.
Be careful out there.
It'll hurt
Which
a
means
lot.
that if you're willing to invest in it, you can make a lot of money. And a lot of money means a lot of traps.
Fight well, woman. Be my general, my consort. I can walk lightly.
You know, the way you constantly nag, it's your least attractive quality.
Join your master in the grave's holy grace.
Yes, dear. Right away, dear. Whatever you say, dear.
You know, the antagonist of this game is a literal S&M fetishist. Like, she literally has a very literal kink for domination. And she also has a thing for psychologically entering your head. How come she isn't represented in, like, the Dommy Mommy discussion?
Set it and forget it.
I'm just saying. Like,
This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, wait. Other way around.
man, keeping track of all these monsters is gonna be a pain. Alright. Alright, for some reason they took the long way around, so I guess we're fine. Like,
Stand strong.
that certainly went better than last time.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Yes, I am putting a mace up there exclusively for flyers, and no, I don't feel bad about it.
Yes!
Okay.
Okay.
Voila!
This will help.
Some new decorations.
I would prefer if they stopped resurrecting each other. It's like Jesus came back and decided to do an encore.
How you like me now? I'm so clever. That one's for you, old man.
I haven't put down any archers this entire time.
My bow is yours. Show me your trade. Oh yeah! Gift for pleasure.
Okay.
That's gotta hurt. In the face!
That was not the final run. I could have sworn on my life that that was the last wave. Alright.
Who wants more traps? I do! I do! In the face! I could do this all day! Looking good! Something for your face.
Oh, I'll get him eventually.
In the face! So that just happened.
Alrighty. It's another one down the tubes. I don't think that's how you use that phrase. Well, regardless, it's another one done. I think we've certainly entered that chill out phase of the stream where Kyle just significantly doesn't have anything else to say. So, we're kind of just getting through the game, as it were. Sorry about that. I think I used up everything I had to say in like the first 2 hours. I kind of came in with a mission, did it, and I was like, well shit, now what? If only I had such determination for anything else.
Weak, petty, small child. Why will you not let me teach you?
That's what the old man used to say.
I will feast on your heart and bathe in your blood.
He used to say that too, when he got a little drunk.
I am done. You will never know the pleasures we could have had together.
Wow, yeah, he never said that.
I think the focus on this level is a lot of ranged. A lot of ranged equipment, if I remember correctly. I think I want to barricade, like,
Just add orcs and blend.
that part? And then I think they won't come up here. No, they will come up here, that's what it was. Right. This was the funny level. Am I remembering this right?
Just add orcs and blend.
Yeah, you gotta put all those barricades down so they won't come up this way. And then funnel them into this instead.
This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. No, wait, other way around.
It's 2 swinging maces. 1 auto ballista will not be nearly sufficient enough, but ultimately, it's a start.
Just add orcs and blend.
There will be flyers. We will be screaming. We are going to have a rough go of it at the start. But hopefully it will get better.
You have chosen well.
I don't have to use the Knowledge Weaver every time. I'm
That's a
just
good
choosing to do
choice.
that.
A little present for you.
Archers are simultaneously like necessary on this level, but also distinctly unreliable because they will die.
This will be good.
Are my auto ballistas actually hitting anything? I'm going to have to move these. I think they are bugged. Well, that might just be a waste of money, well, isn't it?
It'll hurt a lot.
In that case.
Right there, that's the spot.
This will help. Stand strong.
Spell magnification.
That's a good choice.
And boom goes the dynamite.
I guess something is hitting them. Though I couldn't tell you what it was.
In your face.
Shit. They're up here.
Like making orcs also.
Stand strong.
They are here.
Let's do it again. Looking good. This'll hurt.
This will help.
Well, I've put a lot of ballistas down. I hope at least one of them can hit these bats. If they don't prioritize the ogres first.
Shaken and stirred. Also stab. How about some of this? How about some of this?
I think the solution is honestly just to put ballistas all over the place. I mean, I must have played this level at least 10 times. But the solution basically being, do exactly what the game tells you to do is usually not the answer.
That's a good choice.
Traps are just so cool. Oh yeah. This'll be fun.
There's nothing wrong with the lightning ring. There's nothing wrong with the lightning ring. It's fine. It's perfect. It's perfectly balanced.
That's how it's done. Warning may cause death. Voila! What a mess. Woohoo! Break time.
Oh. I forget this is just what zombie orcs look like. They look like they're stunned, but they're not.
This will be good. Or the other white meat. Bye, evil guys. That was fun. This'll hurt. I like this one.
Let's see here. I'm beginning to think we may have too many auto ballistas. Wait, never mind, not enough.
This'll hurt. Ooh, brutal.
Alright. Let me check the campaign menu real quick. The squeak. Okay. I'm getting a little tired, so I was wondering, like, how many levels are left? Only 3 left. Okay. I can do 3.
Okay, big area to cover, lots of doors, lots of avenues of approach. Good times. Good times.
I believe they come from the top first. This is one of the harder levels of the game, so that's something to consider.
Some new decorations. A little present for you.
Yeah, flyers come in from this side.
What have you got?
I think I should go for... It's a debate between steel and knowledge right now.
We
No.
serve the order. Be careful out there.
They might be coming from the south door next, but I'm not sure. They sure are. Okay. It's amazing what one swinging mace and a tarp can do.
Is that all you got?
Kobolds. Well, shit. Alright. I think maybe they want me to use the grinder on this level. Because that definitely will... That definitely will kill the kobolds. Alright, let's give it a try.
Big area to cover, lots of doors, lots of avenues of approach. Good times. Good times. Hey, can I get a little help?
You have chosen well. Fight well, War Mage.
It'll hurt a lot. Here they come.
Okay, now we need to run back down there.
Here, Orky, Orky, Orky. It'll hurt a lot.
Cannot believe I managed to pull out the money for this.
That's a good choice.
The grinder is a lot less effective than you think it might be. It's good at catching stragglers, though. Got him. Alright. Have fun with that. See you. And that is the wonder of the decoy, keeping them all in one place.
Be careful out there.
Oh, shoot.
A little present for you.
My decoy, they destroyed it. I'll have to put a new decoy down there soon. Oh, I have everything. Okay, we're good. Alright, so if we put this guy here. gonna deal with the flyers first. I think that decoy will be able to handle things on his own. There's more up there. Okay.
Try this on for size.
That's a big man on campus. Is there another ogre down here? Yes, but not as bad.
Did you ever have too many traps? I'm thinking no. Step right this way, Mr. Orc.
Alright. Time to fill in the gaps.
Set it and forget it. This'll be fun. Who wants more traps? I do! I do!
Somehow one of those kobolds made it through.
In your face!
Solves that.
Done and done. Oh yeah.
Alright, so I think I've largely covered up this section. Maybe now it's just a matter of adding a ridiculous amount of auto ballistas.
This just doesn't seem fair. Looking good.
don't think they quite anticipated me, being this cheeky with it.
Orc, the other white meat. Something for your face. Ooh, shiny.
I guess because I have excess funds, I'll just,
Add orcs and blend. Warning, may cause death. Last
build
thing
some
you
backup
ever
over here or something.
Ooh, brutal.
This seems to be working nicely.
Is that a liver? Bye-bye, evil guy. Ugh, I think I'm gonna be sick. That was fun.
This will help.
I don't even have any guardians on this map. I'm just being a dick now. The only place I can see myself struggling is with the flyers. But even still,
Nice. In your face. Clean up on aisle 3.
I thought I was going to have a lot more trouble with this level. I guess we did initially. I did have to restart, but once we got over the first hurdle, it was smooth sailing from there. In retrospect, I don't think this game's very hard. I remember one time I was playing Orcs Must Die 2 with a friend, and he tapped out. He was kind of like, I don't really want to play this anymore. And he was like, well, this game's not particularly interesting. And, you know, I can see why. Because it's honestly kind of easy. Find a choke point, you put them in it, and that's about it. An amusing novelty, I think. While I personally enjoy it, I also will fully admit that, you know, after doing this for about 6 hours, you're kind of like, alright, I get it. I'm spent.
keep on fighting until the sorceress kills me and breaks through into our world? One last war mage against an entire world full of orcs and ogres. No thanks. I'll take what's behind door number 2.
Okay, so weirdly, I think we're actually going to maybe use the trap. Yes, the trap. Weaver this time. They come up both ways. So we'll start with the basic setup.
That's gonna leave a mark. How about some of this? They're breaking through! I'm gonna bark.
I have to be careful not to fall in these pits, or that's an instant loss of 5 points.
This will be good.
I have so many things to show. Decisive. I like that. Come back when you're ready.
Ah, alright.
Good times, good times.
Well, I lost one, so I gotta start over. Do I need to set up a grinder? Maybe not. Maybe just something that's better at catching kobolds. What for the last one? Push trap.
Is this my future? I just keep
Let's
on
begin.
fighting until the
You know
sorceress
what you
kills
want.
me and breaks through into our world? One last war mage against an entire world full of orcs and ogres. No thanks. I'll take what's behind door number 2. Something for your face.
crisis averted.
Did you ever have too many traps? Let me know.
Okay. Crisis 2 averted.
Decisive. I like it.
A little present for you, one for you, and one for you. That's gonna leave a mark.
Alright.
That's gonna leave a mark.
That's gonna leave a mark. With all that done, it's like we're mostly good to start setting up our little death patrol. Or our little death zone, respectively.
That's how it's done. Step right this way, Mr. Orc.
I probably should have used it on this guy since he's not weak to fire.
That's gonna leave a mark.
Oh no, he's T-posing his way through.
Is that it? They'll like this one.
It's okay, we probably need to move those back anyhow.
Catnip for Orcs.
remember the last level being especially hard, but I also don't remember quite how to do it. So that's something to consider.
Just add orcs and blend. Picnic time.
What if we added more auto ballistas? He boldly asked to the crowd. Rapturous applause followed, and all was well in the kingdom.
I think I'm gonna be sick. Oh yeah, I'm awesome. Something for your face. This won't hurt a bit. Last thing you'll ever see. This will be good. Booyah! Voila! Just add orcs and blend.
How did you miss all of them? It's nothing but kobolds. What an absolute nightmare.
Gee, I hope nobody gets hurt. No, I don't. That was fun. Gee, I hope nobody gets hurt. No, I don't.
I get the feeling these kobolds are meant to set off my traps before the actual wave comes. They probably all reset by now. I really like that level, if for nothing else but its sheer simplicity. Alright, I've got about one upgrade I can buy. Let's make it count, shall we? Very well. So this is the last level. Pro tip, don't use the coin forge on the last level. You'll regret it.
Without the rifts, there's no magic anymore. On either side. Do the Order mages know? They must have.
Okay. Oh, sure thing, Rika. Thanks for stopping by. I honestly didn't know you were still here. Though I appreciate you being here anyway. Good night. Am I going to need barricades for this? I might. Actually, I don't think I will need barricades for this. So let's try arrow. Okay. I think I have everything I need. Okay. So what I'm actually going to do
We serve the Order. Be careful out there.
is I'm going to do something very risky and just okay.
Oh yeah. Quiet, you. I'm trying to think. It's really hard for me.
Oh. Well, that explains a lot now, doesn't it?
Without the rifts, there's no magic anymore. On either side. And the Order mages know? They must have.
Now I remember what you had to do. Now I remember why I needed barricades. Alright. Okay, so you need barricades to block off these areas.
You ever have too many traps? I'm thinking no.
So they just take straight lines up to wherever they're going.
This'll hurt. This'll hurt. Ooh, here's a good one.
block off one particular direction. This is not sufficient. There's definitely a way to do this. I just forgot what it was.
Without the rifts, there's no magic anymore. On either side. Order mages know? They must have.
Sappers. Rough. Okay.
This'll be fun.
Alright.
They'll like this one.
Cannot block off every path. But I can block off some paths.
Voila! Hey, can I get a little help?
You have chosen well. Fight well, War Mage.
Did you ever have too many traps? I think you know. Good times. Good times. Give it pleasure.
Okay. Let's see here.
Stand strong. This will help.
Nice. Is that a river? Sweet.
Okay.
That's gonna leave a mark.
The boy needs money. Hand it over. Okay, I managed to funnel them into one area. This is not sustainable by any means necessary. By any means necessary? That doesn't make sense. By any means, but still.
Be careful out there.
A little present for you. Ooh, here's a good one. You'll never see this coming. I will rule the world.
I think I may have forced them to go such a long way around it's going to affect my time.
Let's do it again. This'll hurt. I like this one. Destroy the barricade. A barricade is down. A barricade is down.
This isn't going so great.
A barricade is down. Sweet. A treat for you. Warning may cause death. Just for you.
Okay, the upshot is we've got well, two of these sides do not have the things we need on them.
A little present for you, one for you, and one for you.
You know, I vaguely remember how to do this now. I also vaguely remember it's never stressful. Captain Double Negative said. Oh. let's endeavor to put charge traps in front of anybody that's still missing one.
A treat for you. It'll hurt a lot. They'll like this one. This will be good.
Okay, ideally, now that we've got decoys on everything, this will work.
I think I
Oh.
remember. The old man showed me how. He said we never, ever actually do it. Or it'd be the end of everything. Step back through the rift and seal it behind you, severing the connection between our world and theirs. Is it really that simple? That's a lot of thinking. I should hurt you. Is that all you got? This'll tickle a few toes. I could do this all day.
Well, decoys are easier to replace than barriers.
Looking good. It'll hurt a lot. Nice.
Alright. One wave to go. No problem.
This will be good.
Oh, this is just the Ogre wave. On the last wave, they just send a bunch of ogres after you.
Done and done.
Oh, and that's the ball game. Real question is, do I go back to the tower and try to get that 5-star rating? Midnight.
Every war mage in the Order knew, of course.
Well, I wasn't watching the cutscenes before, so why start now? We'll watch them when I do Nightmare Mode. There's also a bonus campaign, but I'm not gonna do that this time. I'm not gonna do the bonus campaign because we've already been going for like 6 hours. In other words, I'm not gonna do the bonus campaign. Yeah. We'll do the bonus campaign another time, along with Nightmare Mode, I think. I'm still not quite done yet. I have decided I'm going to take on the tower one more time to get this. You know, this is a perfect 5 skull for every single level, including the last one. Really great. Except for this one, because I took too long. So let's end this with completing it with all 5 stars.
So what do I know so far?
I am completely and totally checked out. I am more checked out than your grocery bag at your local
And I
supermarket.
can't get in touch with the other war mages. It all spells bad with a capital B and a capital A and a D.
Hopefully this will be easier though, since we have all the equipment. I don't really need this many, but alright, okay.
What have you got?
We serve the Order. That's a good choice.
That's a good choice.
Sometimes I almost feel bad for the orcs. Except, not really. It'll hurt a lot.
This will suffice.
Yes! Some new decorations. Ooh, shiny. Who wants more traps? I do! I do!
There we go. I think we should... My plan is to not create a lot of physics traps in this area, because I felt like the physics traps were fun in the last time we did this, but because we were pushing people down the stairs all the time, we were extending our playtime by quite a bit, which caused us to lose that last skull.
be good.
Stand strong.
There we go. Everything leads into each other. Paladins are good for when you want a decoy that fights back. The issue is that they move around a lot.
And boom goes the dynamite.
That's a good choice.
For you.
Look at those crossbowmen, all organized in a line like that. Make it rain, boys.
That's right. Ooh,
Careful out there.
I was wondering why they took so long to get up the stairs. Big boys on campus, it seems. Got a little distracted there. Okie doke. Alright, what next?
A little present for you.
Yeah, that paladin's all the way over there. What's he doing? Well, my paladin's down, and that's annoying.
Right there, that's the spot.
Oh well, what do you do?
Or the other white meat.
I'm not sure we needed him. Got it that time. Alright. I think we're done for today. Thanks for 10 years. I'm gonna try and do better. Mhm. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do better now. What a big task. Things are looking up though, so now's as good a time to start as any. I appreciate everybody who came out today. It is kind of important to me, so I do appreciate everybody who came out to watch. But yeah, I think I'm gonna make this brief and just say see ya, because I'm kind of tired. I wish I had a bigger send-off to give, but I don't. I'll see you soon. Appreciate you. I'll see you soon. Bye.